Hey everyone, how are y'all? Marina, yes, here, I will drop it in there for you right now. Okay, there you go, Marina. And make sure whenever you send me anything, Marina, that you put your name in there just so I'll know that it's coming from you. Hey Courtney, how are you? No way, I'm doing good tonight. How are you? Thank you, Riddler. I'm glad you're joining us. Hey Willie, how are you? Hey Jamie, how are you tonight? Sally Mae, how are you? Hey Lisa, how are you? Oh, Courtney, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yes, we will for sure keep your husband in our prayers. Hey, Jessian, how are you? Betty Joe, how are you? Riddler, you're not lying. It's supposed to be 102 to 103 every single day starting tomorrow, all the way to next weekend. Sweet Melissa, how are you? Yes, y'all please keep Courtney's husband in your prayers. She said he is in ICU that he fell at work. Big Al, how are you? Hey, Crumb Sleuthin. And Crumb Sleuthin, you're very welcome. Tina Marie, how are you? All right. Everybody make sure your chat's on live chat so you can see all the comments. And make sure to hit the thumbs up on your way in. Kelly M, how are you? Hey Libra Moon, how are you? Email did not put my whole name. I can resend it, but they didn't. Okay, let me check it, make sure I got it real quick, Marina. Just 1 second. Okay, Marina, yes, I got it. And once I'm done with the live, I will send that over to you. Well, hold on. Let me do it now because I'll be done forgot. Give me just a second, y'all. Let me send this to her. Kelly, yeah, I'm doing good. Hey, Meta Mom, how are you? Okay. Come sleep and you have a good night as well. All right. Give me just 1 second. I need to send this to Marina because if I don't, I will forget. Oh, Lord. Okay. All right, Marina, I just sent it to you, honey. Didn't you just email me? Okay, good, because there is something that I need to ask you about. Hey, Tree Baby, how are you? All right, one second, y'all. Okay. All right, Dennis, I just emailed you back. All right, y'all. There's actually only one document that was dropped today, and it's not a very long one. It just has to do with the August 18th um, court date. See, is it raining over your? Oh no, Glowbug, that was me typing. We're not supposed to get any rain for like more than a week now. There's for the next week at least. It shows no rain. We're basically in a drought. Beckles, how are you? Just on. How are you tonight? Hey, Tech Death, how are you? Okay, I was just wondering, Dennis, because someone had wrote me and told me that, so I was just checking. How are y'all?
Good. How you doing?
Doing good.
I was just reading about the latest crime in Minneapolis tonight that just came out over the scanners. Police were called to an apartment for a female in her 20s with a gun, screaming she was going to sacrifice her neighbor's cat to Satan.
Oh,
What's going
dang.
on?
Hey, Willie, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cats are Satan,
Yep.
but they can also be nice.
yeah, but that's some crazy stuff right there,
I'm
though.
telling you, I can't wait to see the mugshot.
My cat doesn't leave me alone. It's just kind of annoying.
Riddler, how are you?
Doing fine. Doing fine. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for
Riddler,
joining
your
us.
mic's really low, buddy.
Is this any better?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Uh, Betty Joe, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing
Betty.
good. Just Don, I'm confused by the whole dang case. I'm just gonna be honest.
By what?
I'm
By
done
the
with the
whole
case.
case.
I'm done with it.
And I've been getting tired at night. It's a headache.
Hey Gigi, how are you?
Because they're just going to go back and forth now, and we're going to,
Yep.
I mean, honestly, I would have thought that the state would have done responded to it, but they nothing. There was only one document that came out today, and it has to do with the August 18th court date. And there was nothing from the state, so I don't know. Maybe something will come out next week from them. Hey Tonka.
You gotta give them time to write a 30-page.
Oh yeah, they'll have to beat J Logs then, which is what was
This,
it, 23 pages?
and what are they doing?
yeah.
Just arguing to the judge?
So now they're
Well,
gonna.
yeah, I mean, pretty much. Was you in here last night when me and Fofo was going over the motion to
Yeah,
dismiss the indictment?
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking that they were going to come back and respond to, but they haven't yet.
Shit, they probably haven't been able to read the whole thing yet.
I know, they got to go back to like the 1800s and shit.
They gotta get their history lesson on.
They're down in the basement at the law library trying to find
You know what's
books.
scary? You know what's scary is Anne wrote that on the toilet. So imagine that trial.
Oh God.
Oh, jeez.
Daisy, how are you? And OCD Shaggy, how are you?
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
do you have pictures of the forensic team taking pictures outside the house, through the windows or at the windows?
I don't have them, but I can get them real quick.
Because I'm trying to figure out why they're taking pictures, unless they took a picture of every window.
Now, there is pictures
I
of
saw that.
them taking pictures around the windows and like the window seal, I guess, on the outside. Hold on, I know I've seen them on here. Let me see if I
Yeah,
can
I've
find
seen
some.
pictures of them taking pictures of the windows.
Yeah, let's see if I can find them real
Which-
quick.
That's an automatic at a
Yeah.
team like that.
Yeah, I saw them. I didn't really think a whole lot about them, but if I can find them real quick, Riddler, I will grab them and then pull them up for you. But I know they got to be on. I know I've seen them on Google too when I was searching for pictures of the house. Hey, Nina.
I wonder what the window.
Well, just in case, maybe like if the person who done this went through the window or something like that.
Or tried to go through it.
Yeah, either in it or out of it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lady V, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi everybody.
How are
Hello.
you?
I'm
Okay.
great. How are you guys?
Tired.
All right, 1 second. I do
Starting to
this
feel like
one.
a human being again.
I'm
Yeah, you
glad you're
sound a
feeling
lot better.
Oh man, that was rough.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's see here. I have to screenshot them because if I don't, they're going to be super small, and if I try to zoom in on them, then they're just going to get blurry.
Yeah.
Let's see, what is this one? Oh, that's not one. Hold on, Riddler, I got you 2 so far.
Brother, what did you ask for? Pictures of them taking pictures of the window?
Yeah, the crime team
Yeah.
taking pictures of the windows, and where they put, red tape, the whole works.
Yeah, I saw that. Red tape.
Yeah, I think the red
Okay.
tape is just to. No, wait, shit. That one was Ann Taylor. Never mind.
I still want to know
That
of this report
Christy
on
sent back.
Who?
if
Chris-
the front
Oh.
door was open before or after somebody was summoned to the home.
Now remember, that front door was said by a neighbor.
Yes, only the back door was said by Ellie. Heaven
Right.
Star, thank you so much for
But
that
I mean,
super
I'm trying to
chat.
figure out if that neighbor saw before or after.
Right. And Heaven Star says they took pics of tire tracks too. Yes, I believe I showed that picture the other night, didn't I? Of them taking the pictures of the tire tracks.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I did. All right,
Yeah,
Christy,
remember-
can you hear us?
I remember I couldn't see them. So I took a screenshot of it and zoomed in on it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey, hey,
Oh.
hey.
Amazing.
Okay, 1 second, Riddler. I'm about to grab them and pull them up. I just got to move them from one folder to another. And actually, Ann Taylor's team took pictures of the outside of the house as well. I'll go ahead and make that one as well. Let me grab this one. This is going to be. This is Ann Taylor's team doing this one. Let's see if I can zoom it in anymore.
A picture of someone taking a picture. My favorite.
Right. All right. Let's see. So there's one of them, Riddler, of them taking. That's the front of the house in the empty bedroom.
One with the golf clubs in it.
Yes. And then This is the other one. I know there's more, but these are two of them that I was able to find just like super quick. But I can't tell if she's taking a picture of the window here or if it's something like down below the window. It's kind of hard to tell like where she's got her camera pointed at.
She's pointing above the ledge.
Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like. It's hard to tell though. Okay, Mandy May, just let me know and I'll drop you a link.
What are these drone shots?
No, it's people. What it looks like up where that road is, between the girl's house and the
Okay.
apartment. It looks like that's where it's being taken from.
I think the news crew took pictures of them taking pictures.
Could be.
I wonder if anybody took pictures of the guy taking pictures of the news crew taking pictures.
Yeah, and then
I was gonna ask
and
that
his brother was
question.
taking a picture of him.
I was going to ask that question.
And
From down the road.
Riddler, do you need me to email these to you?
Oh no, ma'am. I was just trying to find them today
Okay.
on the internet of how many different on the outside. What were they taking pictures of? Like, did they get Dylan's room from the outside?
No.
Did they get?
I know that back, the kitchen window that's on the wall where Dylan's window is. I know that there was pictures taken there. And
They probably took pictures of hers too.
I would assume that they did, but I remember there was one picture, but I don't remember exactly where it was. That this lady here was taking pictures of around the window. It was her and a couple of other people standing around it, and then there was somebody standing behind them that was taking pictures of them, and you could see the reflection through the window, and people were saying it was a ghost in the window.
Yeah.
Boy. Oh
And that was
yeah,
at the kitchen window.
yeah. I know what picture you're talking about. It definitely is a ghost.
Was it, Willie? Do you remember if it was the kitchen window? Because that's where it seems like it was.
Yeah, I believe it was.
At the back of the house.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was the big kitchen window though, but it doesn't seem like I remember the deck being above it. I'll have to see if I can find that one too. Hey, Pepper. And I know there's a lot of them on Google. I just typed in 1122 King Road Home and just went to images, and it's pulling a lot of them up, but I know there's more of them taking pictures on the outside of the house. I would just have to find them. I do remember, though, that one that was floating all over social media, people swearing up and down it was a ghost in the window, and it was just someone's reflection. Hey, Annie, how are you?
I do remember that. That was funny.
I still think it's a ghost.
Do you really?
Yep,
The ghost of Christmas past.
that's right.
Heaven Star, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, did they think the perp may have went in the window? I don't know if they thought that, but I think it's just standard procedure that whenever something like this happens, they take a picture of any way that you can get into the house, in or out. So any window,
Any
door, anything
yeah.
like that. So I think that's just standard procedure.
I was even wondering, one of the other million theories I have, if maybe one of the girls, or especially Dylan, might have left her room via the window and went to Bethany's room and jumped back in.
Somebody else brought that up.
Yeah, I had thought about that
And then
too.
they could be, that way, two people together are stronger than one.
One, right.
Right. And you want support and comfort at a time like that. But once again, if you're that scared, you dial 911.
Right.
If you got to
You
hide
would
behind your
think.
bed and lock your door, you dial 911.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I've seen that theory mentioned before, like I said, because a lot of people were thinking about, the pictures after all this happened. There's a picture with Dylan's screen off of her window. But if you watch the body cam footage when the cops are there talking to Kaylee, that
The
screen
is
is
laying in the
Yeah.
yard.
yeah, it's off her window during that time as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
Chrissy M, how are you?
when crime levels were so low there was no 911.
Oh, that was
Yeah, I've been
way
there.
back in the
That
day.
was way back when.
Or you had to have somebody get off the party line so you could call.
Right?
Yeah.
Now you call 911 in some of these cities and you get put on hold.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially when people are crying wolf. I can't believe she only got 2 bogus charges too.
For real, dude.
And she
She
got
got
out
off
of jail.
way too easy.
Did you hear about the 11-year-old?
Yeah, the 11-year-old is still sitting in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. A lot of people has an issue with that.
11? What?
What
There
happened
was-
with it? I don't know about that one.
Okay, so
She
there was
had
an
them-
11-year-old that texted 911 and said that her friend had been kidnapped, but it
At
was
gunpoint.
it was a joke. And they went out and arrested the 11-year-old, and she's still in jail.
Oh my God.
And Colleen is like running loose.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
grab the link real quick
Well,
from Mandy May.
Just say something real quick,
She
please.
turned herself in.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
She bonded out.
Who did?
Carl. That
Yeah, Carly did.
Carly
Car-
chick.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Christy.
The reason the 19-year-old is still in juvie is because when she texted
11-year-old.
she added a firearm in there because she stated that
Oh, okay.
it's now a felony.
But
Yeah.
she's
okay.
she's an 11-year-old.
Yeah, she's 11-year-old.
They still charge her with a felony,
I don't even
and
know what the
and
hell I was doing at 11 years old. That's crazy.
She's
and
11.
then hold on. I'm sorry, Scarlett. Hold on one second, because she didn't call 911 and say she was kidnapped. She called
Oh,
text 911 and said her
Her
14-year-old friend
Yeah.
was kidnapped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, Malicious Intent, how are you? CJ, how are you?
Man, at that age, I was burning ants with a magnifying glass. It was about the worst thing I did.
Right?
At
Good
11.
grief,
My
that's
God.
ridiculous. 11
These
years
kids are
old.
bringing like
You don't
firearms to
know what
class
they're
and shit in
doing.
first grade.
Honestly,
Yeah,
I think
how are you?
the parents of an 11-year-old child who did that should be held
That's
responsible
who I think
as
should be
well.
held accountable for all, whatever a child does. It's the parents. Sorry.
Oh, no, I agree with that.
Glowbug said she said that it was a challenge she's seen on YouTube.
Apparently,
Hey, Avery.
And that's
there's
what's wrong with these kids today. They watch too much YouTube.
That is true.
that's what's wrong with me, Betty Joe. Thank
Not
you.
you. You're not a
Social
kid.
media.
You're not a kid.
Okay.
You're an
Some of these
adult.
drive-by shooting videos and stuff that they like have on Facebook is kind of it's absurd that what they allow
Well, see, the
people to
bad.
watch.
You want to know what the bad part is? YouTube has an age thing on there.
Mhm.
The parents, all they
Yes.
got to do is click it.
Yeah.
So
But
the
they
kids
don't
can't go anywhere else but for their age group.
It
because
doesn't
it's
really verify anything.
Hey, Too Fast, how are you?
My granddaughter watches YouTube, but she watches her shows, and it's age for up till 5 years old for her group. So
Okay, so Too Fast. Let me grab their thing so I can pull
that's
it here
just
so I don't lose it.
an excuse from a parent.
Hey,
being
Arv.
lazy.
So Too Fast says 4:17 a.m. Dog barking, thud, whimpering, crying. If someone can cry, they have lung function. They would have also screamed and yelled. Why didn't Dylan hear it while at her door?
And also about 417, if there's, listen, I do not want to believe that there is some kind of struggle going on at 417. I don't want to hear that, because then that takes 420 out of the window of him.
Yeah, because
on
that's only
camera.
3 minutes to get to
That is,
car.
and
well,
remember, no trace.
Yeah, 3 minutes to get to the car and be seen leaving on camera at a high rate of speed.
So that better have been, again, but then if you say that he was already on his way out, and that means somebody was still alive, and then it pisses me off even more that 911 wasn't called, because then somebody could have been saved. So I don't know. It just,
Yeah, I'm wondering though, once this does go to trial. Hey, Liza, how are you? like, it's a timeline at some point going to change.
Can they do that?
Can you imagine being the detective on the scene, and you walk up to Miss Dylan, and you said, "Let me see. You saw the suspect at 4:25. Is that right, ma'am?" "Yes, sir." "He was clad in black." "Yes, ma'am." "He was walking towards the." "Yes, sir." "Okay. And what time did you call 911?"
Oh God.
Yeah. Heaven
I mean, now
stars.
what do you do that day?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Now, what if
Heaven
she doesn't
stars.
show up for trial, hypothetically? Like
Oh,
she
if
just
she's subpoenaed
She'll
to
get
trial, she
arrested.
has to show up, or she'll get a failure to appear.
Yeah, she'll get arrested.
Somebody asked that the other night. We never answered it. Thanks.
Yeah. Heaven stars. Thank you so much. She said, if a video picked that up, why didn't the video pick up screams? It could have. We just don't know if it has or not, because that's all they put in the PCA was the thud, the crying or whimpering, the dog barking, stuff like that at that time. There could be other things on the video or on the audio. We just don't know about it yet.
And also, they only put some of Dylan's.
Yeah,
story.
They didn't give Dylan's full story.
They don't give her whole story. They're not going to.
She better have a hell of a lot more of a story.
I'm sure she does.
It could be hours of it.
Right.
And there's none of Bethany's story.
Well, see, that's another thing.
Right.
Okay. If she heard something, why didn't she call 911? Everybody seems to think Bethany heard something.
And hours of statement.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to think
a few little things and two are paraphrased, one's a direct quote.
I'm just saying, everybody seems to think Bethany heard something or seen something. Why didn't she call 911? Y'all want to put it on Dylan?
Well, that's what Ann wants to hear.
Dylan's the one Dylan was on the same floor.
She wants to hear both of them saw something, and neither one of them called 911.
Yeah, Dylan was on the same floor.
For the jury to hear.
Hey, Richie.
Because what I think,
Donald, how are you?
That Bethany didn't hear or see anything.
But I wonder what this exculpatory evidence that
Bryan
has.
No, why would the defense even mention a witness? Like, that's not normal. Why?
Yeah, and why would the state go to a grand jury to stop it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
that's why
they want to protect the witnesses and the families.
Well, it's called a fair trial for a reason.
Well, a grand jury is a fair trial. I mean, they only indicted him. They didn't convict him.
I know.
That's enough to put you in jail until your trial.
Well, that's why I don't understand why the defense
in jail.
Well, that's why I don't understand why the defense is so ticked off. Like, if they went to a preliminary hearing, it's probably going to go to trial anyway. So I don't understand why the defense. They would have done the same
thing. They would have done the same thing there at the preliminary hearing. He still would have been indicted.
I can show you what a chief justice wrote about a grand jury. He says they can indict anybody for anything in a grand jury.
Indictments mean nothing. Like one of the, I won't mention any names, but there's a political leader in the USA who's got about 100 of them against him. You know, someone farts and there's a new indictment against him
every day.
Either way, he would have got indicted with the preliminary hearing or the grand jury.
So Heaven Stars, thank you once again for that. And Heaven Stars says, has any neighbors said that they heard screams?
See, that's another thing. If they were screaming, as many times the cops been called on them for partying,
right?
If somebody was screaming,
well,
the neighbors would have called.
Or something in the morning.
Yeah, you don't think if I didn't hear a scream outside my...
The only neighbor that I have heard that said that they heard a scream at 4:00 was Enon. And he said that when he heard it, he just played it off as it being from a party or something like that.
How the hell is he the only one that heard it?
He heard a scream in his dreams.
But we don't know if, none of the other neighbors have came out. I do know that the one neighbor, I can't remember what her name is, but she was the one that was saying, she would always have to sleep with the earbuds in and stuff like that because they were always loud over at the house. I do remember her doing an interview and saying that it was quiet that night. Now, I don't know if any other neighbors has came out and gave a statement saying that they heard anything or anything like that. Sally Mae, thank you so much for that. And she said, Betty Joe rocks.
Thank you, Sally Mae. It's not. I mean, I know I get hyper because I'm Italian. I get loud, but it's just funny how everybody wants to point the finger at Dylan because she didn't call 911, but then go around and say, "Well, Bethany heard this and seen this. Well, why didn't she call 911?"
I mean, honestly, they're both in the house, so why didn't either one of them call?
Don't take me as like getting mad or anything, because that's not. I just get passionate and loud.
No, you're good.
That's good.
Now-
There's no finger pointing going on here.
No, I'm just saying, everybody.
Well, I'm just curious because if they're saying that they did the downloads of based off of, and this is what it says in the PCA, based off of Dylan's statements and the downloads of Dylan and Bethany's phones, they believe that this occurred between 4 and 4:25. So I'm reading that as Dylan and Bethany both were awake, and there was something going on between those two cell phones at that time. And if they're getting that's when, or if their phones are leading police to believe that that's when it happened, then there must have been something said, hey, Stevie, between the two of them through their phones about noise, about something to make police believe that.
That's what I'm saying. So why didn't he? I don't care if you just think a roommate passed out. Call 911.
Right. It's always better to be safe than.
Especially when you see somebody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, guys.
You see, I get
Hey,
it. They're both 19. They're both scared out of their mind. I get that.
Yeah. So call the cops.
But if you hear a noise or see a person, I'm sorry, lock yourself in your room.
Especially
Either
if he had a
call
knife.
them
Especially if he had a
text
knife in
them.
his hand. If she saw his whole figure, she saw the knife.
Right. And if you see that, you're going to call 911.
I was thinking about something.
Hold on, wait, just one second. Mandy, see, because I didn't do anything when I clicked on it. Okay, did you had your mic off? You may have to turn it on before you click the link. Let me put it. She's having problems getting on StreamYard.
Well, she might have to put her password into her YouTube, for her YouTube, if she's coming up through that way. Because when I tried to get on panel, that's what I had to do, and I couldn't do it, so I had to get my daughter to put it in for me.
Okay.
So she might have to put her password in first, and then it'll let her come up after that, and she won't have to put a password in after that.
Max, why do you say that?
Put a comment on the Bryan.
Hopefully it happens in October, so we're not talking about it for another 2 years.
Okay. Wait. What is this? Someone is trying to enter, but the studio is full. Maybe that could be the problem.
Let's see. 369.
You want me to drop it down? I can drop down. Come back up later.
You don't.
I
have
can
to
drop out.
I mean, if y'all want to.
I've seen more than 9 in here before.
Yeah, I can only have 10 on panel.
Oh yeah, I'll drop out for a bit.
3, 6, 9. I only have 9 up here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
hold on.
I'm only staying up for
there went
5
Tony.
minutes.
Okay, Mandy, try it again, honey. Go ahead, Avery.
I'm only staying up for 5 minutes because I got to go wash out my hair. But I was thinking about
Again?
Yeah.
I was just getting ready to say.
Purple?
No, brown.
You're gonna kill your hair.
No, I have the strongest hair in the world. It's crazy. But I've been hearing a lot of talk about a cell phone jammer being used. I heard Sleuthy Goosey talking about it somewhere today or yesterday, and I don't really know much about how
They're
those
illegal.
I don't know how much I don't know how they work, but if a cell phone jammer was used, wouldn't that mean that Dylan wouldn't be able to text Bethany? Like it wouldn't send out?
Yeah, it wouldn't let her do
Right.
anything. It wouldn't let her call, text.
That means
anything.
everybody's phone
my
in that area,
niece's-
yeah.
My niece's ex-husband uses one against her whenever she comes to pick up the boys from his house, afraid she's going to video him.
They're against the law.
Oh,
They're
wow.
against the law in the U.S.
So
Yeah,
if we
he's got one.
if we know that they have a timeline based on the text messages between Bethany and Dylan, then we can basically debunk the idea of a cell phone jammer being used, right?
Yeah. Yeah. If they were even texting each other.
Well, it says it in didn't it say it in the PCA that
The download of their phones. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I had to mute for a minute. What was the
Basically, yeah, that's
question?
what they're saying.
I was saying if the police are using their timeline based on text messages between Dylan and Bethany's phones, then couldn't we pretty much debunk the use of a jammer, a cell phone jammer? Because if they wouldn't have been able to text each other if there was a jammer being used.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to do nothing.
Well, that depends. Is it connected to Wi-Fi? Because if it's connected to Wi-Fi, a cell phone jammer ain't gonna do shit.
He ain't having no cell phone jammer. He drove his car to the scene.
Well, also,
And if
So
you
wait,
if you
there's-
fire up a cell phone jammer, you literally will leave a gray mark on the cell map,
So
half
they're
a
saying
mile
that-
wide.
They're saying that whoever did this brought a jammer with him.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. I heard Sleepy Goosey talking about it either today or yesterday. She said it like changes her whole perspective if a cell phone jammer was used about the 8-hour, time gap before 911 was called. And I don't know where all this came from about a cell phone jammer, but I've just been hearing a lot about it. But I was thinking about it and I thought, how could they have texted each other, the girls, the living girls, if a cell phone jammer was used? Like,
Well, if you're
I don't
connected
know.
to Wi-Fi,
So the cell phone jammer was, placed there, and he went back and got it at 9 o'clock, and then she could call somebody to the house, or what?
Once he's gone, if he takes him with him, then
Exactly.
it starts working immediately.
I don't
Once he
think he
drives
has
away,
a cell
then what?
phone jammer.
well, I know that when I walk into my place and I connect to my Wi-Fi network, if there's no cell signal, it goes over Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And not
Okay,
only that,
same here.
cell phone jammers are against the law in the United States.
You can still buy them on Amazon.
That doesn't mean they're not
$169.
there.
You can buy them on Amazon. They're
But wait,
160.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Where did Sluty say this?
I'm about to go buy one.
She's been talking about it on Melissa Jade's channel and her own channel. And I don't know where it came from, where it stemmed from.
I don't either.
I didn't catch that part. But I know they've been talking about a cell phone jammer possibly being used.
If you get one, Willie, don't get caught with that son of a bitch on, because you're not gonna do well.
You were like, it's illegal, but you can buy it on Amazon.
Yeah, you can buy it on Amazon. They're illegal as shit. I mean, you can buy the plans. You can download the plans
You can
and
but
make one. I
you
mean,
can't use
there's
it.
not that
Big
much to
Al
them.
is right. You
I mean,
can
it's
buy them on
also-
use
Amazon.
it.
They
It's
just
also
convicted.
illegal to kill
They
somebody.
just-
I'm buying it. I'm using it.
They just convicted a cop up here of running a cell phone jammer in his car, so they couldn't tell where he was at.
Yep.
And they caught him in like a fucking day. I mean, like the day he did it, he was caught.
Whoa.
Okay.
I mean, you
I
don't
know
you
people
don't mess
here-
around with those, because it stops 911 service for God knows how far in every direction from you when it's on.
I know
Which is
here
super
in my
dangerous.
hometown,
It's a big deal.
Okay, I gotta go wash my hair out, but I'll come back later.
Okay.
Scarlett, I was going to
She
say
changes her hair as much as I do my nails. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Riddler.
Right, Richie.
Scarlett, I
Riddler.
was saying that here in my hometown, if you go into a hospital, your cell phones won't work.
Well,
Where-
no, mine
I
doesn't.
remember,
but
like,
that's the
way
internet.
back in the day, whenever you would go into a hospital, they would have signs all over it saying, like, no cell phone use and all that.
In certain areas, yeah.
Yeah.
Ours
no
works
signal.
at ours.
Yeah, mine works at ours.
As soon
Hey,
as I
Jules,
walk
how are
into
you?
the lobbies, boom, they're gone.
Yep.
Really?
The signal, yep.
Here.
Okay. Well, No Way said that someone told Sleuthie that a case was solved years later when Ellie figured out that the perpetrator used a cell phone jammer. That's where it came from. Thank you, No Way, for that information.
Oh.
I completely missed Sleuthie talking about it.
I watched the live, but I didn't hear anything about it. I must have missed it.
I'm gonna have to go back
Again,
and find
even
it
if he used a jammer and he drove away with the jammer, then
He
what?
didn't have no damn jammer.
I'm just saying, if he drove away with the jammer, then jammer's useless then. unless he left it there.
Yeah, he'd have to leave it there.
Yeah,
And then
And
exactly.
leave it
pick it
on,
up.
and there'd be a brownout all the way around that house. Nobody would have had
Yeah,
service.
it'd be-
They would have
Yep.
figured that out right away.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I guess they might be saying that because Scarlett, remember that video I sent you of whatever system being down that night?
Yeah,
It was the website.
Oh yeah,
that was it. That had something to do, I believe, with the college, though.
Yeah, it was
Yes,
just a
it
college.
Yeah.
So don't
Jules said, so are we talking about him using a jammer to mess with his own phone to make it not traceable? I haven't heard Sleuthy mention that yet. I completely missed Sleuthy's conversation about it. I'm gonna have to go back and
Actually,
find it.
wouldn't it jam everybody's phone?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, including his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that it's not like a two-way thing. It's like it
No,
is a
it's-
two-way
it's
thing. It's
tough.
not a
It's
one-way
just
thing.
it shuts everything down.
Yeah, it shuts the whole.
It
Now,
just
Big Al,
makes
would
the
they have-
frequency.
if
It
he
makes the
used the
frequency
jammer,
unusable.
if he used the jammer in his car, say the whole time, like from when he left his house, from when he got home,
They'd be able to follow the brownout down the highway.
exactly.
Yeah,
they would, right?
They're gonna
Oh,
be
yeah.
calling off the hook.
He'd
Yeah.
he'd been caught right then and there
So there's no way that he
because there's
probably
no
used a
way of.
jammer.
Yeah, they catch people pretty quick when they use a cell phone jammer. It's not something you really want to fuck with, especially anywhere near an airport.
Oh God, no.
Jesus.
So I think the whole jammer thing could probably be
Debunked pretty
out.
quick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If he drove away with it, then the jammer don't work. That's it.
Hold on.
Unless
No,
they
but
found a jammer at the scene, I don't know what else.
Well,
But like I
that-
said, if they're in their own house and they're connected to Wi-Fi, their texts and calls are going to go over Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
Mandy, it's saying that your device is not connected.
Well,
Unless
remember,
you specifically
somebody was
turn it
using
off.
TikTok, so their
Unless you
phones must have been working
specifically turn
okay.
it off, most phones and carriers run over Wi-Fi now.
I can use mine with Wi-Fi without.
I don't want to say everyone, but most of them.
See, Jules says, yeah, I
I
don't
have
see how
straight
that would
talk.
work here, but I'll go listen to what she says and see if I can understand her point. Yeah, I gotta go. I'm gonna have to go find it now and listen to it. What she was talking about.
Was it tonight that it happened? Was talking about it?
Oh, I don't know.
I think Avery said last night, I believe,
Oh,
or
okay.
yesterday.
The night that Sleuthy was on Melissa's channel.
Okay. Maybe it's saying that your device is not connected, so you may have to jump out and then hit the link again and come back in.
They give this man too much credit.
Who?
BK.
That's what I'm saying. He's not going to use a cell phone jammer if he drove his own car to the damn scene. You can't have both. Like,
Yeah, you can't be totally stupid and smart at the same time. It's just
Exactly.
they cancel each other out.
Thank you.
Hold on one second, y'all. Just answer a message back. Let's see. If he used a burner phone to make a Wi-Fi hotspot, then hook your phone up to using Wi-Fi. Your phone won't show it's connected because it isn't officially using a cell tower. It's using Wi-Fi. Hey, Tara. And that's what 2000.
Right. But the thing is when your phone connects to Wi-Fi, it pings.
Yep.
Whatever IP address and gateway you're using, it sends to whoever your carrier is and says, "Here I am. I'm on Wi-Fi, and here's where I'm on Wi-Fi."
Don't give up, Andy May.
Called a handshake.
Wait, is she in the back chat? Hold on, because it's saying.
She just said, "I have no idea how to do this. LOL. I give up. What am I doing wrong?"
Yeah, it was saying that her device is not connected. So I'm gonna throw the link back out for her. And if anybody else wants to grab it as well, y'all are more than welcome to. She might have just, because a lot of times people came up and their device wasn't connected and they just hop out and they come back in and it works.
Right.
She may have.
And
to do
we've
that.
all gone through it. I mean, there's been times that I've had to try like 5 or 10 times just to get it working. It's aggravating, but don't give up if you have something to say.
So hopefully she'll try it again and come back up. I'm fixing to bring up this document real quick because I have it sitting here on my screen. And this is literally, yeah, I was all hoping the state was going to respond,
Mhm.
and then they didn't
They like
respond.
teasing us.
Yeah, this is all we got. Hey, Andy, how are you? All right, can everybody see that okay? Because it looks super small to me on screen.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so this is just a notice of hearing. It's for August the 18th at 10:30 in the morning. And it just says that notice is hereby given that Bryan C. Kohberger, by and through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, will call on for hearing the below motions in the above entitled matter on August 18th, 23 at 10:30 a.m. or as soon thereafter as counsel may be heard in front of the Honorable Judge John Judge. So she's going to be bringing up the defendant's third motion to compel, which was filed on June the 22nd of 2023. The defendant's second motion to stay proceedings, which was filed on July the 25th, and we actually went over that, I believe, last night. And then the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment on grounds of error in the grand jury instructions, or in the alternative, remand for preliminary hearing, filed on July the 25th, which we went over last night. So counsel for the defendant hereby gives notice of this intent to present oral argument and or testimony in support of the said motion. So this was dated today. Ann signs it, sends it to everybody. That's literally all that came out today. Now, like I said, I was all excited thinking I was going to get something from the state responding to
Sorry.
the defense.
That's sad. That's sad.
But I did go back because this, I had to go back and like reread over the third motion to compel, which was filed June the 22nd. I actually had to go back, read it, make some notes because I could not remember what all was said in it. But it was mostly just standard laboratory discovery profiles that were uploaded to the DNA database, all the communications between the lab personnel and any other party that had anything to do with the biological testing in the case. There was unexpected results and corrective actions that they were looking for, and then all the IgG stuff, the genetic genealogy testing. So that's what's in that third motion to compel that was filed June the 22nd. So all of that will be discussed on the 18th, and then there's some stuff from the state. Go back here. The state's motion for the protective order that was filed on June 16. The state's motion to reconsider the order staying time for the speedy trial, which was filed July 17th. The state's motion for schedule order filed on July 17th. And then the state's motion to compel the notice of defense of alibi, or alternatively to bar certain evidence, which was filed on July 27th. And I went over that last night as well. So 7 different things that they're going to be discussing at this August 18th
Well,
date.
at least it'll take longer than 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that they're going to have a camera in there and we'll get to watch it. See, Anne has something that needs to be addressed immediately because of the way the prosecution has decided to handle this case. She can't. And I thought hold on, y'all. And y'all make sure that your chat is on live chat.
That's why I said, why is she going through all this just for a preliminary hearing? Like, what does she want? She wants something.
Okay, Glowbug.
I know what I
to build
want.
his alibi.
I know
Me
what
too.
I want.
I want to get abducted.
I want some of these 190 people to start clicking that like button.
Exactly.
What are we at?
We're at like 86 when we got 189.
I can only see 85, but mine only updates every minute. So
Come on, people.
it's at 86. So yeah, if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so. For all of those that are just listening and are not in chat, if you haven't subbed up, please do so. Thank you, Marley.
I hit it every time I come in.
Sometimes I
I
forget.
hit it twice.
You hit it twice?
Yeah. I
Oh,
do
from
it
your
on
different
channels.
Yeah, that's right.
They got double time, double
thank
likes,
you.
double memberships.
I just click it when I get the first notification. I jump in and click it. That way I don't forget.
Yeah, I usually try to remember as soon as I go in to hit it before I pull the chat up.
Yeah.
Heaven Star, thank you so much. You said Anne wants a dress rehearsal, just my opinion. Thank you
That's
for
all.
that super chat, Heaven Stars. That was very nice of you. Hey, Treasure, how are you?
To be honest, in my opinion, she's doing this with the indictment thing just to push the trial back without
Yeah, I
waiving
think
his
so.
right to a
Yeah,
speedy trial.
I kind of think so too. She's just trying to be the biggest pain in the butt she can be, to be honest.
I mean, I
And I
get it.
think
She's
it's going
doing
to
her
be that
job.
way through the whole trial.
I get it. She's doing her job. This is what she's supposed to do.
Yeah.
Right.
But she's doing it to push the trial without waiving his right to a speedy trial.
I'm gonna be honest. I'll just be glad when it starts because I
Yeah.
do want to hear the evidence that they have
Mhm.
against him, and
Yeah, we need to have a discovery party for sure.
to
Right?
Waiting long enough.
yeah.
Well, I'll go back and say it again. The grand jury to block Bethany's statements, and I know Betty Jo throws a big fit. Oh, they want to bring her back in front of the guy. They were going to have it in Nevada. It was just going to be her attorney
It don't.
and the other
She's
attorney.
still got to come to trial.
Hold on. Brian wasn't going down to Nevada. I want to hear her testimony. Picture you in jail right now, and the person that can release you cannot talk. That's what's happened to this guy. If there's no big deal about it, let him have it.
Exactly.
I just wonder what she's like. What is
agree.
it so much that they're wanting to talk to Bethany about? Like, what is this
Yeah,
girl
That's why I
have?
said she's doing this for a reason. She's not just doing this to she wants somebody
It'll be
to be heard.
egg on her face if Bethany says, same thing I said in the police statement. I saw nothing.
Yeah.
And that could be all
And
it
that would
is.
be egg in her face. But there's something that Bethany might have saw, or something she said, or might have heard.
Or heard or something, yeah.
There's got to be something there for them to put this out nationally with their reputation on the line.
Absolutely.
Also, you could look at it this way, though. She's got to come to trial. She's got to testify.
But I do think
So
she's
either
also using...
way, if she has something, if it's something to get him off, either way, he's going to get off.
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
that's
so
right,
what's
Betty.
the big
Just
deal
sit
then?
in
Have a
jail 6
preliminary
more
hearing.
months. Just sit in jail 5 more months. 5 months of your life you'll never get back.
Mm-hmm.
And I was about to say something, and I completely just like
don't commit the
straight out my
crime
head.
if you don't want to do the time.
Well, he's still innocent.
So people shouldn't get a fair trial. Is what you're saying, Betty Jo?
No, he deserves a fair trial. Everybody deserves a fair trial.
Does he deserve a fair hearing? Does he deserve a fair grand
Well, then why are you saying?
Hey, Leah.
He had a fair grand jury. See, that's the thing. They're wanting, it's a grand jury's probable cause, not reason, not
Yeah, beyond a reasonable doubt.
beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's what they want. They want because
She
they
just
didn't
wants a
say
preliminary
beyond a
hearing. That's
reasonable
all she
doubt.
wants. All she wants is a preliminary hearing.
Well, there's a lot of people out there who want preliminary hearings and get indicted by grand juries.
Yeah, Miss Ramsey, she didn't have to go to jail, did she? She
No,
got
because
indicted by a grand
you know
jury.
why? Because the police screwed that all up.
It had
Walking all
nothing
in
to
the
do with. It had
scene.
nothing to do with the police. She got indicted by a grand jury.
Heaven Stars, thank you. And then she says they kept Bethany's statement completely out of the PCA too. That is true. Literally, the only thing that they had about Bethany in there was that she saw Ethan and Xana over at Sigma Chi. They got home at 1:45, and then it mentions about her phone. Tony, thank you so much for the super chat. He said help Scarlett get her eyebrow enhancements. Thank you, Tony.
I'm just saying he was indicted the right way. They do it by probable cause. If that's every grand jury in every state.
Okay, at what point do I get to challenge my indictments? I have to wait till the trial?
No, you do get to challenge them. Doesn't mean you're going to win it.
So, tell me, when does he challenge the indictments?
He's challenging it now.
No, he's not. A preliminary
They
hearing.
want it dismissed to have a preliminary hearing.
Yeah.
And what judge is going to do that?
Oh shit! Hold on, y'all.
One that looks at this guy that wants a speedy trial and got railroaded with a secret grand jury.
But then that's opening up a whole can of worms for everybody that's been indicted by a secret jury.
Let me ask you this: what's the right American thing to do?
You have to go by the constitutional laws, the rights, and they did that. Why? Because they didn't go back to 1166, the year 1166.
What's the big deal about a preliminary hearing?
Nothing. But he didn't get one, so we have to deal with it.
So there's obviously a reason why.
But do y'all think that the whole grand jury thing is even going to get thrown out?
Nope.
No.
Riddler, what you think?
No, they got this thing. Well, I don't want to say it's premeditated or predetermined, but it's like I said.
In my opinion, absolutely not.
Hold on. Well, right now, you didn't get a death. You didn't get a firing squad till after the crime was committed, and they rushed that through quick. They can't get legislations. They can't get legislations passed on road and bridges that fast, but they can get a death penalty firing squad that quick.
Well, who says that wasn't already in the works?
I agree with that. It was in the works, but I agree they rushed
because
that.
it shows the date.
Yeah, we looked it up.
We looked it up. It shows the date the death penalty was brought to legislation, and then it shows the date they passed it, and it was quick.
Yeah, it was after.
I mean,
all
it was
this happened.
It was in the works for 5 different states, but they did.
I don't know about the other states. I looked it up for Idaho.
Yeah, they did rush. I agree with that. They did do that.
Is she? Wait, I don't see her.
But
wait, Christy's in back.
Well, she just left a message say, "Hey."
Let me go to it. Oh wait, that was at 11:30.
11:33.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying
I'm doing good, thank you.
I'm not saying he don't deserve a fair trial, because he does. Everybody that goes on trial, they deserve a fair trial.
The best way I can say it is Idaho's laws aren't fair.
That's the truth. I'm not,
the only thing you can do is to get you new legislators to put it in there. And most legislators are failed lawyers.
I'm not going to get myself all worked up over it. She's going to do everything she can do.
Right.
To get everything she wants, to look over everything, to find an alibi. She's doing her job.
So. That's it. That's all she's doing.
And the more she does, the less he can say about her being incompetent.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, she's holding the state's feet to the fire that they used. I mean, I couldn't have said it better than the Michigan lawyer said. They hold your feet to the fire so that when a really good person comes in and is being railroaded, they've got to use those procedures to get some out of that.
Exactly. Right.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think, because we know that Ian was supposed to do the interview with Bethany, and then the grand jury thing came up, and I'm pretty sure that basically cut out the interview with Bethany. But do y'all think that there's some reason that the state went ahead and did the grand jury because they're scared of the defense cross-examining stuff that's brought up in the that would have been brought up in the prelim?
No, I think they just wanted to get him in custody. I think they just wanted to get him in custody.
That's what I think.
They did it after the defense filed that motion.
I think they wanted to do it.
I did
that, and to protect any witnesses and any families.
Okay. Ann. Okay, honey, have a good night. And I hope you get to feeling better.
The thought crossed my mind, Scarlett.
Because I was thinking, you have the prelim schedule, which I know that they can do grand juries if that's what the state or the prosecution decides they want to do. But I always wondered if they were scared of Ann or the defense going after these girls
Absolutely, but my thing is what are you
Yeah.
scared of if they're going to have to do it at trial anyway?
Yeah,
Right.
they're gonna have to go do it at trial anyway.
Okay, so what's the state scared of then?
I don't
Hey,
think they're
baby Booth,
scared of
how are you?
anything.
They are scared of something.
I
Listen,
think they're just doing it
they
to
did that
protect
for a
the
reason.
family.
It's
There
like
you go.
Yeah,
they're
no,
it's almost like they're protecting Bethany.
it is. I agree.
Yeah, that's why we didn't
Like
hear from her.
I mean, I get maybe Dylan too,
They have a right to
but
protect the
but no, I'm talking
families, the
about
witnesses.
no, I'm talking about from the like if they would have went to a preliminary hearing from the defense questioning them is what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
I don't know.
Well, not only
Yeah.
that, but the farther back that happens, the more flack those girls are going to get and have to live with, and they've lived with enough already.
I mean,
Elizabeth, thank you so much for that super chat. She says BK has a chance of being raptured back to hell where he came from. And Elizabeth, thank you for that super chat. That was very nice of you.
That's a very black and white opinion.
Exactly.
Elizabeth, there's absolutely no question where you stand. Congratulations. I'm going to stamp that comment of the day.
But that's why I
if
like
you guys don't
everybody
mind-
in here because we all have different opinions.
I mean,
Yeah.
But
do I think he's
Too
guilty?
opinionated.
we can all still get along. That's
Do
what
I
love
think
about
he's
everybody.
guilty? 95%.
My thing is, I think she's doing this for several reasons. That's what I think. I think she wants to give him every bit of her effort that she can possibly give.
Of
I
course.
also think that maybe she is using some of this as a stall tactic.
Mhm.
I do believe that I don't know. I just get a feeling like Scarlett and Willie that there is something that they don't want getting out from that grand jury, whether it's Bethany or something else. And I think that I don't think the state's ready.
I don't think either one
I
of them are ready.
think they're also
But the defense
using
doesn't
some
care if the
solid
state's. I mean,
tactics. To be honest.
I don't think either one of them are ready. To be honest
Well,
with you,
No, I don't either.
state better be ready.
I think the
I'm just
state's
saying.
ready. I think the defense is playing catch up because they're a month behind.
Yeah,
they're asking for all
I
this stuff.
think that's
That's
why.
also why it's never going to happen in October.
That's why they're doing this.
Yeah,
Because they
have
want
to,
more
all that
time,
evidence
but they
that
don't
have
want.
to.
They want more time, but they don't want to waive his right to a speedy trial.
Right. I agree. That's part of it.
She also
I
wants a
really do.
preliminary hearing.
Yeah, I just don't think the.
What do you guys?
the
Sorry,
interview stuff
can
is
you
gonna
guys
go anywhere.
go? Sorry.
Go ahead, Marina.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you. I obviously did, but sorry.
you're good. Go ahead.
Preliminary hearing. I hear it on stuff. What like you say it in a negative way, not in a negative, but like what do you mean by like, oh, but she also wants a preliminary hearing? Sorry, you're probably gonna repeat this for a lot of people, so I'm sorry, but what's the significance of that?
But the preliminary hearing is both sides go in, and the defense
Lay out their evidence.
Yes, and then the defense can also, if the state has a witness that they're questioning, then the defense can cross-examine them.
Do I have this right?
Oh.
That because of the grand jury, the defense doesn't know what was said in there. They want to know what went on in there.
Well, they got the transcripts. They gave them to them, so they do know what was said.
Yeah, they have to. I thought.
And that's why she did that.
Yeah, because they're saying that the jury
Okay.
instructions, because it didn't say
that's right.
beyond a reasonable doubt, I believe is
What it said
the wording
was
that didn't say
probable cause, which in a grand jury, that's what they use. Probable cause.
No. Okay, no, but I guess the way I'm thinking is like, is there other cases that don't actually use a preliminary hearing? Is that like for only certain cases?
No, there's a lot of cases that use grand
the
juries.
the timing is just a
The
coincidence
defense
here.
just got mad because they.
That's what I guess I'm
secretly
asking.
done it.
Timing.
They went behind their back and did it.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
the defense
okay, I see.
The defense filed a motion, and then the prosecution went bang, grand jury.
Well, it's still the same thing. They got mad because the prosecution went and got a grand jury.
Defense didn't get mad.
Yeah,
The prosecution
so-
got mad.
like slapping like a piece
Actually,
of, I want
it's
to
just-
put this evidence into motion because it just became new type thing. I'm only relating off the TV shows.
This is how they're doing it. They're playing poker.
Yeah. Okay.
As
Thank you guys. Thank you.
They're playing poker.
They're just gonna battle it out for a while.
I gotta jump down for a little bit. I gotta go shut down the bar. I'll be back in probably 45 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Save me some brisket. You can send it.
The defense wanted to question Bethany, and then Bethany didn't want to come all the way up to Idaho, so the defense and Bethany's lawyer worked out a deal where they can meet halfway or meet in Reno or some city in Nevada.
Yeah,
and all that was fine. They had an agreement on it. Then
Right.
bam, here comes the state with the grand jury that killed everything.
Can we do something tonight, please? Can we try? And I mean, for me and everybody, can we try when Scarlett is talking to maybe not interrupt her, please? Because I'm interested in what she has to say as well.
I agree, and I am sorry that I did that earlier. I really, really am. I actually stopped because I realized it was Scarlett.
It's just hard when everybody's talking over everybody to understand what's going on.
Yeah, and I think Marina has a lag too.
I think she does too.
Yeah.
I do. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Hold on. I was trying to find
That wasn't directed at you, sweetheart. I was just saying.
Oh, I know, but I was mad at
few
myself
nights-
too.
Yeah, the last few nights, it's been hard to hear what Scarlett is saying.
I definitely do have a lag. I just realized that now with talking to you. So I guess I'll wait a couple. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, probably a few. It's probably just a few seconds lag. There was a comment though that I just seen that I was trying to find, but my chat, when I go to grab it, jumped up. Now I guess it fell off the chat. Oh crap! Maybe they'll post it again. No, what was your question, Lady V? Hey, Liza.
I don't remember.
That's what this case will do to you.
I'm gonna actually change devices, so we'll just keep. Could you I'll YouTube them when I need StreamYard.
Yeah, I can drop you the link. Yeah, I can drop you the link
you.
whenever you're ready to come back up.
All right, awesome. Bye.
All right. Yeah, that's what this case will do to you. There's so much stuff that you have to try to remember that you forget.
Yeah, it does. It's like, and then you have a thought, and then somebody else says something, and then you have a thought on that, and it's like, what did I just think before that? It was important.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, doesn't prosecution have to release what Bethany knows to the defense? And since the defense got transcripts, they would know what and if she told the grand jury.
Yes, she would.
Yeah.
They would. So apparently it wasn't too important.
Hey, Moonchild, how are you?
That is such an assumption. It's unbelievable.
Well,
Wait, you just had a what?
I mean, like, how do we know she even said anything?
Well, they got the transcript.
If she has, but
of
listen,
what
if
she
somebody has, evidence that's exculpatory towards the defense, you're not going to bring them on to talk about it in front of a grand jury. You're just not. You're going to show a grand jury everything you want them to hear. That's it.
Did Bethany appear before a grand jury?
Yeah, we don't
My
know.
money's on no.
Neither one of them did. We don't know.
Yeah, that we don't know.
Once again, the prosecution is only going to tell the grand jury what he wants them to hear.
Thank you.
So I'm just
That's why you can indict a ham sandwich.
Yeah, they show him what they have against him, and that's why they use probable cause to indict.
Yes.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct.
And that's what they're mad about, because they used probable cause instead of reasonable doubt. That's why they want it dismissed.
like the information presented was a story about a prosecution. Let's see, there was no one called before the grand jury. Yeah, and see that information we will never know unless it's mentioned in the trial. I just would like to know, because this Richard Batonti guy, which is Ann Taylor's investigator, he's the one that is claiming that Bethany had the exculpatory evidence that was only unique to her. So I'm.
How long ago did he say that? Was it a while ago he put that in something?
Let's see if it was in a court document. I don't remember exactly.
I think it was in May.
Okay, let's go to May and see. No, wait a minute. I think I have it somewhere else. Let me see if I can find it. I believe. Because I remember Fofa had it.
Where's she at when you need her?
Yeah, no. I don't know where she's at tonight, though. I haven't talked to her today.
Probably sleeping.
Let's see. Because there was... Shit, I don't remember where it was at. I'll have to look through these and see if I can find it. But I know that me and her was looking at it not long ago. I got it. But I don't...
How long does it take for her to get a response from the judge on this? Or whoever has to...
Who, Ann Taylor?
Yeah.
For the motion to dismiss?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure before the judge says anything, which is going to be brought up on August the 18th. That's one of the things that she has for them to speak about on the 18th. The judge more than likely wouldn't have said anything anyway until there was a response from the state. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that. And they say the prosecutors would have to turn over Bethany's statements to the defense or they can't use it. Yeah, anything that's going to be used if I remember correctly the way I read it, anything that the state is going to be used in the trial has to be turned over to the defense.
Mm-hmm. But the defense can still put her on the stand and ask their own questions, correct?
Well, I mean, yeah, they can put her on their witness list. Yes. All right, let me go to my Bryan Kohberger folder and see if it's in there. I've got so many folders, y'all. It's not even funny. I'm trying to find the one, though, where this Richard Batonti guy, I just don't remember where I did with it whenever Fofa gave it to me.
Pretty sure it was either April or May.
Because me and her was literally looking at it. Shit. Let me go back to April or May then. Yeah. And it may take me a little while to find it. Let me message Fofa real quick. Wait, what is this? Let me ask her real quick where it's at. I don't even know how to spell this guy's last name. Richard Batonti. I guess I spelled it right. Let's see. Well, we got just on here talking about food, y'all. Okay, Dennis, that's fine. My email is pinned at the top of the chat if you don't have it still. Is Riddler still here? He's being quiet.
Riddler's here.
Oh, okay.
He's probably searching.
No, I'm not searching.
Oh, and Riddler, you know how you've been bringing up the latent footprint?
Yes.
And stuff like that. I have been kind of like researching about that. So I did find some stuff that I saved that I'm going to send to you about it. And stuff that it was, because I was trying to find out like latent footprints. Why would they be like a footprint? What would make it latent? Like stuff like that. So I'll have to send it to you. Okay. All right, y'all. And I completely forgot what I was just doing. Betty Joe, you're saying that it was in April or May?
I believe it's one of April or May.
Okay.
Because wasn't there a hearing in May?
May 22nd?
Second. Wasn't it then?
No, what I was talking about was it was in a document
Oh.
that he had done. But I want to say that Ann Taylor put it out. I just gotta find it.
I don't know.
But it talks about I want to say Ann Taylor puts it out, and then she includes what he says.
When did she file her first motion?
Let's see. First motion was.
Because I think it was a couple after that.
So the first motion she did was December the 30th. She motioned to preserve the crime scene and evidence. And then there was an order put in on the 30th to preserve it.
I want to say it was a few after that, I believe.
I don't remember what it was. Wait, is this it? No, that's not it. Damn it. I'm gonna have to, once I find it, I need to I'm gonna have to do a screenshot and then keep it where I can find it. But anyway, he is basically saying that Bethany, whatever he was going through and looking through evidence or whatever, that he found that she has exculpatory evidence. It was only unique to her experience. Wait, Kim was saying March the 24th. Let me see.
When?
March 24th.
It might have been.
Let's see, March 24th, discovery, or request for discovery. Nope, that's not it. Because that's during the time that they dropped all of those search warrants. That's what that was. That's not it. That's from the state. But I was wanting to read
Exactly
word
what it
for,
said.
yeah, word for word what it said. So when the grand jury was what day?
Wasn't it the end of May or beginning of June?
I don't remember.
Because I know they were supposed to go for the preliminary hearing June 26th.
Because it was done. This was put out before the grand jury. And I don't know where my. Okay, so the indictment was May the 16th. Is when it was released. Okay, so let's see, when was this done? All right, so the indictment was the 16th, so it would have been before that.
So it would have been in May.
Yes. And it may take me a little bit to find it, but like I said, I just wanted to read it word for word how the investigator had said it about her having this exculpatory evidence.
Yeah. I remember you reading it the day that it came out. But I can't remember what day it was.
Hopefully Profa can send it over to me. Hold on, wait. Hey Linda, how are you? I think that was Mandy that tried to come back up, but then it disappeared. Nobody wants to know if Riddler is Scott H. No, I don't think he's Scott H.
No.
Okay.
Who is Scott H?
He's another guy that has a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I don't have any YouTube channels.
That's because your voice, it sounds like it a little
Kind
bit.
of sounds, yeah.
You kind of sound like him.
Heaven Stars, wasn't it filed in Nevada where Bethany is? Yes. Well, I know that some of the stuff was filed where she was at. I don't remember what he said, what Richard Batonti said, but it might have been included with those.
Riddler,
All right.
that's not all.
Go ahead.
That's not altogether true, Riddler. If you have a YouTube, you have a YouTube channel. It's just not activated.
Yeah.
How is
So
my
that's half true.
You know what he
you're
meant.
right. You're right, Levy. But I don't host any shows, or
He doesn't stream.
Right.
y'all would freak out if you watched my show because I like
Well,
the
you
guy that has
should.
scorpions on his face. That's why you're supposed to be doing this.
You need to do that,
You
man.
should have a channel.
how's my timing?
I'd be
I
talking about
wanna be
aliens
on
right
his
now if
show
I had a
once.
channel.
All right, Mandy, it's still saying your devices are not connected.
I think you do. I think you would do great.
How's my timing, guys?
You sound fine.
Yeah.
My
good.
timing.
Scarlett, so
guys.
far I can find May 10th.
You sound good.
Awesome. Yeah, I have like these $350 headsets on.
May 10th. What's May 10th, Riddler?
That's when I'm finding out the defense wanted to talk with
Oh,
Bethany.
Bethany.
Okay, wait. I think Fofa has told me where to find it at. Give me just a second. Here we go. Okay. I don't know, Fofa, if you're listening, but thank you. Now I just got to find out which one it is. Okay, it's not this one. Let's see. Nope, that's from her attorney. Second Marshall. Nope, that's not it either. Well, shit. I don't know if this is. Yes, here it is, right here. Okay, I don't know what's up with Mandy's saying. She's able to come backstage, but it's saying that her devices are not connected.
He needs to give their permission.
Mandy, are you giving it permission?
That's why.
You got to be signed into YouTube.
That could be the problem.
You gotta give her permission for your microphone and all that stuff.
Right, yeah. You gotta give him permission.
Okay, maybe she'll be able to try it again. Let me put the link back out for her, and she may have to do the permission thing, and then maybe will allow her to come up. All right, y'all. So while I'm reading over this, it shows we have 118 likes with 236 people in here. If you're watching from a TV, you can still hit the thumbs up. It does give you that option. So everyone, please do so. I would like to get the thumbs up as close to the amount of people that we have in here. OCD Shaggy said you got to sign your life away to join the panel.
That's right. Streamer knows everything about me.
All right, so let me fix this where it'll be, because I can't zoom this in anymore. Thank you, Adjusted Faith. All right, so it says, Richard Batonti, being first duly sworn upon oath, deposes and says that I am a criminal investigator hired by the defense to assist in the representation of Bryan Kohberger. I was asked by appointed counsel Ann Taylor to investigate the alleged incident which led to the arrest of Bryan Kohberger. Bryan is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary. The deaths took place in a 3-story home. There are 2 bedrooms on each floor, bathrooms on each floor, and a kitchen, dining, and living room on the middle floor. Mr. Kohberger is alleged to have entered the house around 4 a.m. while 6 people were sleeping or present, murdering 4 people in 2 separate bedrooms. the people murdered were located in 2 bedrooms, one on the second floor, the other on the third floor. Bethany Funk's bedroom was on the first floor. The other surviving roommate's bedroom was on the second floor. Bethany Funk was interviewed by police on several occasions. She did disclose things that she heard and things that she saw. Bethany Funk was present at the home 8 hours later when police were called and arrived on the scene and discovered the homicides. During the course of my investigation, it became known to me that Bethany Funk has information material to the charges against Mr. Kohberger. Portions of information Ms. Funk has is exculpatory to the defendant. Mrs. Funk's information is unique to her experience and cannot be provided by another witness. And then it's just saying that she resides in the state of Nevada and it's necessary to subpoena the witness and all that.
Jesus.
So I'm just curious what.
Okay, I'm going
he
back
found.
even further. I think it's April 28th. Trying to see. I believe it's April 28th that her and her attorney agreed to speak with Bryan Kohberger's attorneys.
Okay, let's see.
I put that in the back chat. I think it is.
Okay, let me go to that. Oh shit! Click on the wrong thing. Murders. Was there a link that you included with it? Oh, never mind. No, that's something else. Wait, hold on. Let me see what this
So,
is.
do we know for sure that the grand jury squashed her thing of talking to his lawyers?
I haven't heard that. I've asked that question on several channels. Nobody's given me an answer.
Yeah, we don't. All we know is that her subpoena was quashed because she agreed to speak with the defense in Reno. That was where they had agreed to meet at.
Right.
Now, once the grand jury happened, we don't know if that stopped that interview or not. It could have stopped it, or it may not have. We don't know. Nothing's ever been mentioned. Anything else about it? If she did talk to him or didn't.
Right.
Myself included, I know a lot of people has mentioned that they think that once the grand jury happened, that stopped the interview, and it very well could have, but we don't know for sure.
Well, we asked that lawyer, if you remember, I asked him that question.
How's that noise?
What is that noise?
I don't know.
Oh shit! I thought I was muted. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I'm practicing my acrylics.
oh, okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Riddler.
Somebody wheezing.
But when we asked that Michigan lawyer, would a grand jury squash that, and he said yes. That night I asked him about 10 questions in a row. I cross-examined him.
Yeah, but that could be, I mean, different states could be different.
Well, exactly.
So that's
The
what
chipmunk was me, guys. I'm so sorry.
That's why I'm wondering if it did or if it didn't. Because, it's Idaho,
Love to get an Idaho lawyer on here. I mean, a good one.
That's what I need to find.
Mm-hmm.
Is one from Idaho.
I mean, don't get me wrong, he's good, It's just he don't know all the laws in Idaho.
Right. Let's see.
Now, we can find a book with all the laws in Idaho.
Well, I mean, I can. You can look them up. There's a website that you can go to, and it has all the laws and stuff like that. It's easier if you have an attorney that can explain it to where we can all understand it.
Yeah, I agree.
Look up Idaho law rule. I'm going to say somebody sent me something about the grand jury witnesses, like the other day, but I don't know if I kept it or not. Usually somebody will send something to me, like a website or something, and then I'll bookmark it. But I don't know if.
How do they check a grand jury to make sure they're not kin to anybody involved in this case? Who does that? The judge?
I guess they just base off of questioning, huh? And they just rely on them to be honest, like in their
Well,
questionnaire or
exactly.
whatever.
Yeah, that's what they do in a regular jury, and I'm just wondering if that's how they do a grand jury.
Oh, I don't know.
Is anybody
Grand jury.
related to BK? Is anybody related to anybody on the police department in Moscow or Pullman? Is anybody related to any of the criminal defense or to the prosecution? Anybody got a family member working for the FBI or the Idaho State Police?
I mean, that I would think that would be in their questionnaire.
And I would think they would check that.
Okay, hold
At
on.
least the judge.
Hold on. Let me bring this back up because I just realized something that this thing said when I was reading it a minute ago. And I wish I could. Oh, wait, I can zoom it in. It may be a little blurry. Okay, but it says right here, number 10, Bethany Funk was present at the home 8 hours later when police were called, arrived on scene, and discovered the homicides. But he doesn't say in here anywhere that she was at home when the murders happened. But it doesn't say. I'm trying to see if it says anything about. Which I don't guess it would have said anything about Dylan because this wasn't about Dylan, but it doesn't say that Bethany was there. It just says that she was present at the home 8 hours later when police were called, arrived on scene, and discovered the homicides.
I like the one on number 9. She was interviewed by police several occasions.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that was going to happen with both those females.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Marina, read back, chat.
And then it says she disclosed things that she heard and things that she saw. So was it things that she heard and saw during this happening?
Or after?
Or was it 8 hours later? Because he's not saying she was there when it happened. So I wonder if that could be the exculpatory evidence that Mr. Batonti is claiming that he come across.
Yeah, but her phone, the download of her phone would show that whether she's there or not.
True.
Because your phone automatically connects to your Wi-Fi, no matter what, whether you're using it or not.
Yeah, because it does say in the PCA that based on their downloads of their phones,
so
they
her
believe
phone,
murders happened between 4 and 4:25.
Yeah, so her phone's going to show that she was there.
I wonder why he didn't put that in there, though.
Because he's from Idaho, and never mind, I'm not going to say that. It's just the way they word things. I don't get it.
Yeah, some of the wording that they put in these documents.
It's
okay, listen, they are potato farmers, okay?
I'm not picking on anybody from Idaho. I'm just saying that right now. But some of the words that they put in these documents and how they word things is just unbelievable.
Yeah, some of them can get confusing at times. Oh, Lord, y'all. I'm literally trying to send a message back in my autocorrect.
Maybe he figured he didn't have to put it in there. I don't know.
And that could be it. It's just it's how it's worded. It's almost like he's trying to make it sound like she wasn't there.
Yeah, like she was there 8 hours later.
Right. She was there when police were called,
right.
And when the police got there, and when they discovered what happened.
What if she wasn't?
Well, the download of her and Dylan's phone are going to show she was.
So that
because in the PCA,
maybe that's why, because it does say that in the PCA.
Yeah, so he might not just put it in there.
What if her phone was there but she wasn't there?
tell me what
Or
19-year-old's going to leave their phone behind.
or
You know,
could she
accidents happen.
because the PCA doesn't say she was there either. The PCA just says based on the download of her phone that it led police to believe. So could she maybe not have been there and her and Dylan were texting back and forth at that time?
Okay,
Led
then
them to
what
believe.
did she see and hear?
She could have saw or heard something after she got home.
Yeah. She could have saw or heard something while she was gone if she wasn't there. Let's say maybe she saw BK someplace else.
Yeah. Or Dylan could have told her something.
Mm-hmm.
Just anything like that.
But
She
that would
could have.
be hearsay.
You're right.
So I mean, it could be anything. That's going to be, I'm sure, something that's going to be brought up as well. But there's some reason, there's something about Bethany that the defense is wanting to talk to her.
Yeah.
And we don't know whether they did or not because we
That's
don't know.
Yeah,
need to
we
talk to her.
don't know. I mean, we've assumed that maybe the interview didn't happen because of the grand jury, but we don't know for sure if it did or not.
Right.
We do know that the subpoena was quashed, though.
I don't know, maybe they did talk to her. I don't know.
Tonka, that crossed my mind when this first came out about her having the exculpatory evidence that maybe she's his alibi.
That's what I was
But
wondering too.
I don't know. I seen on another, I forgot whose channel it was, and they were talking about this, and it was brought up. Well, maybe maybe Bethany was with him, and he brought her back home at 9:30 that morning. Whenever they're claiming he was in the area of the house,
Yeah.
and that would have been the reason why he was in the area, because he was bringing her back home.
Right.
Scarlett, could it be that while Dylan saw a guy clad in black going towards the back glass window doors, sliding doors, Bethany looked out her window or looked out her door, she saw a guy going out the front door.
But the door was open.
Yep.
Yeah. He
Possible?
came in the back.
That could go to the theory of two people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. That's why I'm ready for this trial to
Which
start,
again,
though.
if somebody else was working with him, this could and they don't have that other person, this could hurt the prosecution because there's a reasonable doubt that it was somebody else, yet it could be somebody else involved. Right?
Right, yes.
Well, no, because he still can be convicted of it.
Yeah, but I'm
Because
saying
he had
because they're not trying anybody else and can spin that and use it to her advantage, is what I'm saying.
Well, in a way, yeah.
Well, she can. I mean, if Bethany says she saw something else other than Dylan saw,
Yeah.
then she's going to use that.
But it's not going to actually clear him of.
No, but it's going to put doubt in the jury's mind.
Well, yeah, and it could come back that he gets life in prison instead of the death penalty.
Mm.
And then they just have to go out and search for the other dude.
Yeah, I'm not. Again, I don't know if they're going to come to the conclusion that there was somebody else involved. But I'm just saying, if Bethany saw something different than Dylan, then I don't know what happens.
Scarlett, remember that interview that the was it Fry that did, where he said we got our guy, and somebody asked him if somebody else was involved, and they said we got our guy or something like that. I don't remember how it
was arrested.
I remember watching that.
I remember something about this. Sorry. But so basically they oh no, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. I don't want to say this wrong, Beja, but I do remember, even my boyfriend knows this part. They said they accused him of being the unaliver, and he was like, who else was involved?
Well, it was, I can't remember if it was Fry or the other one.
Yeah, it was like who else was arrested or who else was involved.
No, you're talking about
the news.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm wrong.
The news guy asked him, about the arrest. He said we got our guy, and they asked him if somebody else was involved, and he just said we got our guy.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that very well. What you're talking about, Marina, is whenever he was arrested, allegedly he said, "Did you get anybody else?"
Yeah, did you arrest anybody else? I don't think he said that.
Which is what John Gacy said.
Yeah, my
Mhm.
boyfriend finds that statement very telling. It's just like
Yeah, you're
he's
telling
like
yourself.
he's like thinking about the detective, like, what do you mean? Like usually you don't ask that. The first thing you do is like you're gonna be angry for being like
Yeah,
accused of a
John Wayne
murder.
Gacy
But
asked that
like the detective's like,
Unless he
what
thought
do you mean? Who
unless
else
he
is
thought one of
involved?
his parents, unless he thought one of his parents are arrested.
Right, but
Basically.
I mean,
Yeah, I even thought
wait,
about
but
that in the
that,
very beginning.
but that's allegedly. We don't even know if he said that. He also allegedly said, that he couldn't wait, to be exonerated. He
Yeah.
didn't say I'm innocent. He said I can't wait to be exonerated.
Now that
Allegedly.
part came from his attorney out in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
it Jason
that
Labar? I
guy.
believe is his name. He
Yeah.
said that whenever he was writing the statement, that Bryan said to put that part in there.
Yeah,
That
but
he
that
would.
guy, I don't.
Now,
I'm
the
not sure
part
how
about
much I
him
trust him.
asking if anybody else had been arrested, we don't know if that's true or not.
Right.
And then allegedly, when he was arrested and they got him back to the, I think it was the Idaho State, I'm sorry, the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks, that he talked to him for like 15 minutes before he asked for an attorney. And we don't know if that's true or not either.
Right.
Nope.
But
Yeah, I heard
apparently,
10.
he got there and they asked him like, do you know what's going on or something like that, and he was like, yeah, I was only like 10 miles from it or something like that, but we
Right.
don't know if that's true or not either.
Well,
Why
just
would
like
it? Oh,
just like they said when he went back to class, teaching in class, and his students said he was acting like, hey, did you hear about them 4 kids being unalived?
Yeah, oh, that was his was that his neighbor?
I don't know if it
He
was his
was
neighbor or it's one of the kids
His
in his
neighbor said he was
class.
talking about it, but I figured everybody would know about it in the school,
Yeah, but he was asking. He was, I guess,
especially in a
asking.
criminology class.
I feel like what you guys were just saying, that like it was like the detectives were like someone said that's also hearsay, isn't it? Because like who actually knows what the neighbors had to, or like I don't know, asked.
Right. But if it was in criminology class, I don't think that would be a strange
I don't know if it
question
was.
to ask.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know
no,
if
it
it was.
wouldn't.
I think that was his neighbor.
Yeah.
He had asked his neighbor, have you heard about this or whatever? And I want to say that the neighbors claimed that he said something about it was a crime of passion.
Yeah,
I
that's
believe
right.
that's
Yeah, it
what
was
was
his
said.
neighbor. It was his neighbor.
Again, that's what I'm saying. The neighbor's claiming. Sorry.
Yeah, so we don't know if that's true or not either. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She says the
But I
PI
also-
said that they already know what Bethany said, though, right? So they just want more information about it. Why hasn't the defense brought it up to the judge if someone else may be involved?
How can they bring it up without a preliminary hearing? They can't bring up anything. They can't bring up anything to anybody.
Do we know if the state's going to call Bethany?
We don't know.
They better.
No, but the defense
Pretty
can
sure
put it
they
out the
will.
window. So
I would think that the state and it's going to have Bethany and Dylan both on their witness list.
I would
But
think
I'm
so.
also thinking that Ann Taylor is going to put them on there as well, just in case, because just like in Lori Vallows, the state had her niece Melanie on their witness list, and Melanie comes all the way up to Idaho on the day that she's supposed to testify, and they didn't even put her on the stand.
Yeah.
So
use her.
yeah,
Idaho or Utah?
in
What?
Idaho.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah, they didn't even use her.
Brad, can you hear us okay?
I can. How's it going?
Hello, how are you?
Good to see everyone. Happy Friday.
What's up, man?
Oh, not too much. How's it going, Willie?
Chilling.
I think from what you just read, Scarlett, I think that you were right in the first place, that it's probably just what it says, something that she saw or heard that is going to conflict with DM's statement. I mean, I think that's the most logical answer.
Oh, sorry.
Because it says that she saw and heard stuff. It doesn't mention her whereabouts or who she was hanging out with.
All right.
And I believe I was the one that In fact, I know I said that on your show and on CJ's show about it possibly being an alibi and that it could have been him bringing her home. And I'm not saying that that's impossible either, but I'm just saying from what you just read, if it's something that she saw and heard, then it must be something that she saw or heard that didn't line up with DM's story. Would be the, if I was going to play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, that'd probably be the answer I'd go with.
And that could be what they do. I don't know. Heaven Star said the defense can put her as a hostile witness. And Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. That was very nice of you. Y'all, it's gonna be. I can't wait for it to start. Honestly,
It's gonna be wild.
It's gonna be completely different from what we've been seeing. This trial is, I think.
I'm gonna be going. No, I'm not going fast. I'm listening to a trial. You're just gonna have to deal with the fact that I'm gonna be slow today till this trial's over.
Well, you may just have to take off work for the 8 weeks.
I may have to just say, I'm sorry, I'm otherwise engaged.
Say, Scarlett. Can I drag us back to the original PCA, like whatever one came out first to the public?
Yes, I got it actually pulled up on my screen right now. Okay, let me.
Because unless my eyes were playing tricks on me, it looks like it alludes to DM's statement actually changing versus them hiding it from us.
Okay, where did you see that at? Just so I'll know where to go to in it.
The verbiage was like talking about floors changing and stuff like that. So it's like right before her statement, I believe. Right before they put the statement either in quotes or out of quotes.
Wait, about floors changing?
Yeah, about how it talks about how originally she was sleeping and how that changed from having been sleeping to...
Okay, so them sleeping, that was put in the press releases by Moscow PD.
Right, but someone was reading back the PCA on another channel, and I thought I heard it read right out of it. So it was like right around where her statement is, or just before it. Maybe I'm tripping. So.
May I? It's not directly bred to. Can I say it? Can I say that? I don't know.
Just call him Brad. That'll be fine.
Yeah, you can just call me Brad.
If you go up a little bit, like you were just there, Scarlett, like on the beginning of that paragraph that you have. Yeah.
Okay, let me grab this. Let me grab this this super chat real quick. Heaven Stars, thank you so much. And she said, I just wanted to help. I just wanted to support this channel and the group. I love you guys and good night. Heaven Stars, you have a wonderful night and thank you so much for that super chat. That was very nice of you.
You have done many super chats, Heaven Stars. Thank you.
Okay, so let me get back over to the PCA. All right, so this is going to be the first one right here where Dylan is mentioned.
I was just thinking, it wasn't directly what Brad was saying, but it said, as I entered the bedroom, like, that seems pretty raw to me in, like, he's talking from, like, literally what just occurred.
I think Altered Souls got it in the chat, actually,
okay.
Almost the exact words that I remember seeing.
It states DM who was originally asleep on the second floor. Oh, okay, hold on. Wait. So this would... Let me find. Hold on.
Because I feel like it would make a pretty big difference whether that statement was just hidden from the public or whether it like physically actually changed.
Okay, so right here, DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Okay, DM stated that she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated it sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the third floor. Then a short time later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m.
Okay. So at the beginning of that, does that not sound like originally she stated she was asleep?
And then
Or
she
am I
made,
just tripping?
yeah, and Crime Cyber, thank you so much for gifting that membership. It sounds like, okay, so she's saying she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the second floor, but did she end up somewhere else in the house at a later time?
I don't know. It just seemed weird to me. Maybe I'm just
A lot of people's brought that up, how they put the word originally in there.
yeah. Originally.
Yeah.
Which that suggested a change, an edit.
Or she changed her statement. Right.
Exactly. She went from "I slept all night" to having stories.
Yeah, because
And
that's
what I mean.
what.
Why did this witness come out of nowhere? Remember that? Like they didn't have any witnesses or anything, and then bang, they had a
No,
witness.
there wasn't no witness until the PCA came out, because in the very beginning, for the first 6 weeks and 5 days that this happening before Bryan Kohberger was arrested, the Moscow Police Department kept putting out the surviving roommates were asleep. They slept through it. They didn't wake up till later on in the day on November the 13th. That there's a couple of different press releases that they put out that said that.
Right. First floor and sleeping. Both
Okay,
of them.
they possibly could have said that because they didn't want whoever did this to come back to the house after them.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
I mean,
a lot of people. A lot of people has
So
felt
why'd she
that.
let him live?
Then
Or
why
why did he
even
let her
bring?
live?
Why even say anything? Which is
And I
what
also said
Scarlett
that
said
too.
in the first place. Yeah.
Why
He just walked
even
right past her.
Because it's
whenever
Idaho.
whenever it was
Killing me.
mentioned about it was one of the press conferences that they had, and one of the media people had asked, like, was there anybody else in the house? All they had to do was say, we can't answer that. They could have said no, because they're not putting it into a court document, so they
Yeah.
could have lied to
No,
the
I don't
public
know.
in order to protect the surviving roommates if they wanted to do it like that. So they could have very easily said, we can't comment on that, or no. Instead, they kind of like threw Dylan and Bethany out there,
Exactly
saying,
what I was going to bring
yeah,
up.
they were in there. And whenever you do that, yeah, I do get the point, though, about trying to protect the surviving roommates, because at that time they didn't know who done this. And, they had to make sure that they were safe or whatever, because if it would have came out, and a lot of people know this, if it would have came out that there was surviving roommates in the house and that one of them saw the person walk through the house, a lot of perpetrators will go back and try to find the surviving person and do something to them.
But
Maybe
didn't
that's
he
what they
know
wanted.
that she saw him?
Wait,
Hello?
do what now?
Didn't Bryan? I mean, if they saw each other, then Bryan knew that Dylan saw him. So what does it change if they said, yeah, Dylan saw the perpetrator?
Maybe they wanted him to come
Bryan
back.
already knows that.
That's if he saw her too, though, bro.
But that's what I mean.
We don't-
Did he see her or no?
That
No.
we don't know.
We don't know.
Well, what do you think?
I doubt
I
it.
mean, if she has her head completely stuck out her door when she's seen him, it's a possibility. I would say, yeah, he probably seen her.
Where's the footprint? Where's that latent print? Is it directly in front of her door?
Yeah, outside of her door,
Yeah.
facing towards the sliding door.
So
Yeah.
when she opened her door and looks out, I'm just curious where that shoe print is, because if it's right in front of her door, that means she opened the door and he was right there, like right in front of her face. Or was it a little ways down from her door? Like, I just want to know where that shoe print was.
I'm wondering though if let me go back to the PCA just so I can where to go right here.
Yeah, I was going to definitely mention that was your thoughts back then when we were talking about it, was that they kind of threw her under the bus. And
Right.
If you put that with a statement that says clad in black and frozen shock phase, which are like more or less probably like military or police terminology, versus 20-year-old adult, and like I've always felt that my original feeling was if her statement's coming now, maybe it's coerced, right, for one thing. But then you've got the statement itself, which they put it in quotes, don't they?
Let's see. I know that there was one thing that was put in quotes. I gotta
And then one
find
that
it.
wasn't. Yeah, I remember we were looking over that too. But and so like I'm not outright accusing, but I'm saying that like if her statement really did change, then there has to be a reason for that, right? I mean,
Okay,
Guess
frozen shock phase is what was put in quotes. So the male
okay.
walked past him as she stood in a frozen shock phase. But what I was looking for, okay, so DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. So that's what it was. So she opens the door and he's walking towards her. He's not like in front of her door at that time. So I'm wondering, hey, Roger, if she just had her door cracked and was just kind of like peeking out, and if she has no lights on in her bedroom behind her, then it's going to be harder for him to see her if he's just really not paying a whole lot of attention. Or does she open her door wide and she's like standing in the doorway and he walks past her, sees her, and just keeps on going? Says something to her and keeps on going, or whatever happened at that point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because she very easily, if she's hearing crying and she cracks her door open, he could have just walked on by her and didn't even realize she was even standing there and seen him.
But she saw his eyebrows.
Well,
Yeah,
and
but
then
that because of the lights shining towards him.
that's what I was
So what
getting
light
ready
was
to
on? The
say.
kitchen?
No,
Um,
the good vibes light.
The good vibes light in the living room, which was right there at the corner, he would have literally walked right past the good vibes sign. It would have been shining in his face, and where her bedroom door is. She would have been able to see his face because of that light. But also, the if the kitchen light was not on, and those party lights that are out on the back patio, they would shine straight into that back sliding glass door, straight towards that door that comes from that little doorway there that comes out of the living room into the little hall area where Dylan's door is. It would have shined straight through there. So they could have, those lights could have been shining in his face as well, or the kitchen light could have been on. We don't know.
Hmm.
We don't know what lights were on, like actual house lights. We know the good vibe sign. We know the party lights, and we know the other like little string looking lights. They were always on, but we don't know about any house lights.
If we know allegedly that Bryan did this, do you think he knew that Dylan and Bethany lived there and was there that night?
If he was stalking a house like they're claiming, I would
Yeah.
think he would know.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah.
So why did he let them survive? Is he afraid that, well, they might have heard and already dialed 911? I only got about a couple minutes to get out of here. I'll take that risk.
That
Why would he let them survive?
That's what don't make sense.
Was he gonna put the blame on them because he don't have it? There's no, allegedly, from what we know, we don't see any footprints or latent prints going out the back door.
Well, he's apparently a ghost.
Well, and
Lisa,
Lisa made a good point in chat. She said there are two steps. There are two steps from the good vibe sign to the doorway and to the kitchen. So it's no Malibu mansion. It's very tight in there.
Yes. And I can
But
even.
Also,
and those lights are bright. I mean, that light lit up that whole. We got that picture, remember? And that light lit up that whole room. Besides the fact they had the little fairy lights, and they had that little, I don't know if it was a stick or a metal guy in the corner that had fairy lights on it also. I mean, it could have momentarily blinded him, especially if he does have snow snow vision or
Oh,
whatever
that
it's
visual
called.
snow stuff.
Yeah.
Well, also you can also look at it this way: the 12 times that he might have went by that house.
Huh?
What?
Wait, is she
You
breaking
cut
up
out.
for anybody else?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she cut
Okay.
out.
She's breaking up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so
So yeah.
it was only one step, 2 steps, sweetheart. It's just very close in there.
Okay. So let me go right here.
Oh, can I say something really quick? So that
Yeah.
hallway, Scarlett, that you're like to the right, that looks like I had an apartment like before I got my house. The kitchen was literally that with the appliances. Like you literally
Oh,
could
I
only
believe
fit
it.
one person.
Yeah, I believe it. All right. Let me do this. Okay, wait. Where am I at? Okay, I'm still in the living room.
Yeah, the house is not near as big as what it
No, it's super small.
seems to be.
Can I
Okay.
say something before you start?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, because you were breaking up just a second ago.
Okay. Well, you remember the 12 times he supposedly went by the house?
Uh-huh.
Who's to say that Bethany and Dylan weren't there some of the times when he went by?
And they could have been gone.
Who's to say they weren't in class or out with their boyfriend or out with a friend?
Well, it does say that the 12 times that he was there was late in the afternoon or early in the morning.
Right.
Now, they could have had late classes, I would assume. But they never give a time, though, whenever they say,
Right.
like early mornings, yeah. Let me
Now,
see.
Dylan has a boyfriend, correct?
Yes,
And where does he reside?
Boise. Hey, Megan.
But see, if you're walking towards Dylan's room and you have that good vibe sign right there, you can barely see her door there. And that's going to be very bright, especially if you have that snow, that blind,
Visual
whatever.
snow.
Thank you, visual snow, especially if you have that. And if that's the case, it's going to make it even harder for him to see her. And if she just like heard somebody crying and she just kind of cracked her door, let's say she heard Kaylee say, somebody's here, and then she heard crying and some screaming or whatever, and she cracked that door and he's walking past that light. It very
Right.
well could have been he didn't see her.
Mhm. Well, see, the way this door is, because this is her door. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. Let me see if it's.
Yeah, it's like very hard to see
Okay.
even here.
Let's see. It's giving me a different angle whenever I go into daylight mode. But if I'm in nighttime mode, this is if she just barely got her door cracked and there's no lights inside of her room that is on behind her, it's not going to show that that door is open if every other light in the house is off.
Right.
So that could have very well just been this one, and then I don't know if it. Shit. Damn it! Go in here. Why will it not go in here?
Don't you have that one picture that there's like 3 pictures that showed like that wall and then like the corner in the living room?
I have a picture that stands like in this area right here. That's kind of like
Pointing
pointing
towards.
this way, and it shows her door of like what she would have seen and he would have seen coming from Santa's room.
Right.
I just don't think he's seen her.
That's
I don't
what I'm
think he
thinking.
did. I don't think he did either.
Because I believe if he did, I believe she would have been the
Right.
next.
Kelly,
agree on-
that's a good question. She said, even if he didn't see her, why wouldn't he have heard her? She opened and closed it 3 times.
Oh, that's good.
And
Yeah.
shouldn't there have been an APB for people with eyebrows about that height and weight or
Oh.
something?
I have
Instead of just
Possibility
there was.
instead of just a white Elantra.
I
That's
have
what
a
I
comment
said.
on that, by the way, guys.
I-
So the eyebrows thing. I
People
was
be
thinking,
like,
so this
"Oh,
is
how's she
happening.
gonna point somebody out from eyebrows?"
I
No,
mean, yeah,
look,
I've even asked that, like, how is she gonna? Because a lot of people that identify somebody there, they will be handed a lineup of different people, and say, it's the person that you've seen in this lineup of all these different people, usually 6 to 9 people or whatever.
Mm.
They can't do that with her. I mean, honestly, they really can't.
Well,
Um,
like Vapor was saying too, that he was
oh, the
probably looking
step.
for the step.
Yeah, and the step I have to go right here. I have
When
to go
he
to
walks by
daylight.
her room, how many feet is he from her door?
Like
1 or 2 feet.
yeah, just let me see if I can get.
Yeah, it's not very big in that living room.
I'm not very big in that hallway either.
No.
Okay, like it's just like there's the step and Libra Moon. This is the only step that's in the house other than the stairs going down to the first floor and then going up to the third floor. It's just literally like this small. It's just like a little area large enough for you to just walk through. And I was trying to get where. See, it's not very big.
Scarlett,
Uh-huh.
can you show us the route he would have took if the victims upstairs are the first two to be deceased?
Okay, so he would have
Which
came to
route
this.
would he went?
Okay, so if they would have been first and he came through the back door, so he would have come through this door.
And went right up the steps.
He'd have went up this way.
Okay, and that's
Um,
going right by Dylan's room, right?
Yep. So he would have had to have passed Dylan's room 3 times at least. Okay, let me find where I'm at. All right, so there's Kaylee's room. Well, let's just say he went straight to Maddie's room. There's Maddie's room. Then he would have went back down the steps. He would have had to have passed Dylan's
Now,
door.
wait, is he going down the steps by going to Xana's or to Dylan's?
Well, let's just say if he's coming down the steps and he runs into Xana or whatever,
Okay.
and he follows her back to her, follows Xana back to her room, he still has to pass Dylan's room.
Dylan's door.
Yeah, Dylan's door. So that would have been a second time he would have passed. So he would have
And
had to
then
went
coming out
through-
would be the third.
He would have had to went down.
Wait, I'm confused. How many steps are going up? How many stairways are there? 2 stairways?
Yeah, well, there's one going down to the first floor, and then when this is the living room, whenever you go past Dylan's room, you have to go up the steps to the third floor.
Oh, can I interject really quick? No?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so so Dylan's room, if I was in a home, and especially if she has her door closed, you would not even know that's a bedroom. I would think that would be a bathroom because it's right at the bottom of the stairs and it's really small. If we're to believe that this happened in 10 minutes, a span of 10 to whatever.
No, mommy's
15 minutes,
sleeping.
Scarlett, is somebody in back chat?
Let me see. Hold on.
Oh, did Mandy make it?
Mandy?
Yes.
She made it.
That's all right. Let her up. I have to get down because I gotta get to the airport early tomorrow,
Mandy.
so I'm gonna let you
Okay.
guys go.
Okay.
Take care,
Well,
Willie. Have a safe flight.
Good night,
buddy.
All
Willie.
right, thanks. You guys.
I
have a
don't
good
know where
night.
you're going, but safe travels.
All right, see you guys.
All right.
Scarlett, what I'm trying to figure
Well.
out is
Excuse me.
how many stairways are there going in that house? Right there from the second to the third floor. Is that the
How
only
many?
one?
Yes, this is the only one that goes to the third floor.
Okay.
And
I
then
see what
the
you're saying. Does
other,
it go to the right? Is there another staircase to the right of that staircase right here that you have?
no, all it does, there's a landing right here.
Oh,
Like-
okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Like
let
my
me
stairs.
check. So see, this is Dylan's door. So it comes from the second floor. It comes up right here, and there's like a little landing, and then it just turns and goes up to the third floor.
Oh, so I would call that 2 staircases from me. I don't know what Riddler's asking, but I actually consider that 2.
No, I was asking, was there a staircase from Xana's room
Oh, okay.
going straight from Xana and Ethan's room going straight up to the
Oh yeah, because there are some 2-story houses that have 2 sets of stairs that go up to like the second story or whatever in like different parts of the house. But no,
So if I came out of Xana's room and took a right, I went and found stairs. I have to
well,
go all the way to Dylan's room and go up.
yes, in order to get to the third floor. Now these are the ones that go down to the first floor, but they're like, this is Xana's room, but you have to walk past this little ledge here, which is the stairs going down to the first floor, and then you would just walk out the hallway into the living room. I'm trying to get turned around here, and just make a right, go out by Dylan's room, and straight up the steps to the third floor.
Do you guys kind of see what I'm saying though about Dylan's? Like, I would not, if she has her door closed. Like, you also have to think, do these people have their door open, close? I mean, also they could be targeted, obviously. But
Well,
if I'm passing that doorway, and it's especially if it's closed, and I have 10 minutes to do everything I'm doing, I'm not going to consider that a bedroom. I might not even notice it. My adrenaline's rushing, and
if I was looking at this door to Dylan's room and I was looking at this door right here where it says closet, I would think the closet was a bathroom, only because the doors that have these little panels on them, the smaller the panel, it's going to be a bathroom or a closet. The bigger the panels, it's going to be more than likely a bedroom. And I only know that because we have those kind of doors in my house. So the smaller the panel, it's a smaller doorway, bathroom, closet. Larger panel is to your bedrooms.
yeah, I was just also thinking like if your doorway's closed or open, or if he actually just knew where. Because I was also, when you put up that I don't know what it was called, but one of the documents, they were noting that like one of the like the two surviving ones, so Dylan and Bethany, they were on different floors, and I guess they were in their own separate rooms, and the only ones that were unalived were in like a room with each other. So the two and the two. So I just I don't know. I lost my train of thought. I honestly had
Well,
seen.
I mean, if he, let's just say, whoever did this, they're claiming Bryan was at the house 12 different times or in the area of the house, and they're claiming that he was stalking. Hey, Sarah, how are you? That he was stalking them and all this and that. If he's sitting outside this house, he can kind of watch the bedrooms and figure out whose bedroom is whose. You see what I'm saying? Especially if they have their windows open or they're like the blinds open or curtains open or whatever, you can kind of figure out whose bedroom is whose. And if Dylan has her curtains open, then and you can tell by the layout on the outside of the house, well, this bedroom is in the corner, and it goes with that window on the outside. That's going to be Dylan's room. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say, I'm actually agreeing, but I'm also thinking that maybe that's what, like, because you know that they said it was a target attack in the beginning, especially in the beginning of all this.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm kind of seeing where that would come to play, because he's literally avoiding the two rooms where there's one and one.
Right.
Even though he goes into one where the male is, he obviously had confidence, probably running on adrenaline.
Well,
Allegedly.
whoever did this might not have even known that Ethan was even in the house.
Yeah.
You might have just thought it was just all females in the house.
Oh yeah, no, definitely agreed. Yeah.
Okay, Mandy, are you in here with us?
Hi, Mandy.
I think so. I think I made it.
Okay. How are you?
I had to change my browser settings, and I'm not really really technically savvy when it comes to all these things, but here I am. I made it.
You are up here with us now.
I know I don't want to offend anybody, and we were talking last night. I forgot who it was who brought up their theory and what they were thinking of, and just maybe what if. And ever since this whole thing started, and I'm not trying to offend anybody at all. I promise you that. But when I'm thinking of a motive, I cannot stop thinking about his internship. What was he actually trying to do with his internship? He was trying to study how the police department collected forensics, correct?
That was what he, not mistaken.
I think it was.
It was cloud forensics, and he wanted to help rural areas get up on new technology.
Yeah, that's
basically.
what he had told. What was his name? Was it Jenkins with the Pullman Police?
Yeah,
I believe that's his name. Yeah.
And when you think about, I'm not saying every police officer is bad at all. I'm not saying that my uncle is a police officer. I'm just saying that in some departments there are, a bad apple here and there, or people that would get offended by these things.
Like anywhere else.
You're entitled to your opinion in here. You know that. So.
Yeah, but would there be somebody in the department that might have been intimidated or threatened by this said internship because of things that they may have not been doing correct or legal themselves?
So you're thinking maybe he was set up?
If we're talking about somebody being set up, ever since it started, and I've followed it since the very beginning, I cannot get over the fact that deep down inside, I kind of feel like there is somebody in law enforcement who might have been rubbed the wrong way by his wanting to do this internship because they felt, like, well, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to audit us for? You know what I mean? Or how are you trying to school us on what we know? You know what I mean? But at the same time, but at the same time, I started researching, like, like prior to this whole thing, like things that have happened within the Pullman Police Department, like, who's gotten in trouble within the police department. And then there it is. Look it up. Like sexual misconduct, like rape and molestation. I have it on my phone. Let me.
Honey, could you be careful what words you use? Kind of use some different ones.
Yes. Wait, is she still in here?
Yeah, she is. She's looking at her phone.
Yeah, just make sure you say like essay or something like that. Oh, she may not be able to hear us when she's looking for it.
I actually kind of understood what she was getting to, though.
But wasn't that cop already gone when this happened? I believe so.
I was just gonna say she definitely threw a wild card in there, but originally I thought she was gonna lead into something else.
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Look, whenever you're talking about it, just make sure you say stuff like essay or something like that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
But if any one of you, just so I don't have to like say names or anything, would you just research that real quick on your own right now? Like, look up. I think when I minimize my screen right here, it cuts me out of the chat for some reason, and I'm just now learning how to do all this. So,
no, you're good.
And this happened in Pullman, and then there's a lot of other things that have. And I was thinking about that guy who called in the other day, about his situation with being pulled over and then his things being taken away from him.
Mm-hmm. And you're talking about pause?
Yeah, and it just makes me wonder, like, who are the, maybe there is something we are not looking into and we should be.
Possibility.
And the only reason why it just kills me not to bring it up is because it's been bothering me.
Tonka, it's Mandy that's talking. I'm sorry, she said she didn't know who it was that was talking.
And I really don't. I'm not trying to offend anybody at all. My dad is in the military.
No, you're not.
But
you sound like you when I first came on.
Yeah, and I'm just like, well, because I don't want to offend anybody, but like this, I cannot stop thinking about it. And then when you talk about clad in black, well, for how many people that night were pulling people over left and right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only people I know that are clad in black.
Right. Well, did any of them that night that they were any of the boys that was over in the band field, did any of those have black on? Do you remember?
No, none of them. Okay. None of them. They had Vans on, but none of them. It was around the same exact time, right? Those three guys that.
Yeah, it's
and
like
they were
312 or something like that. That's what the body cam said.
They had Vans on, and they had bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, very bushy eyebrows.
They did, Tony.
I would like to maybe something when I have a chance.
But one of the kids in that extended cam video mentioned, and he kind of got into like a little spat with the officers because they were not in uniform, and they felt like, why are you in an unmarked car and not in uniform? And of course we're going to walk away from you. Like, we don't know who you are. Did anybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
We saw it.
Okay, so they were, when you talk about clad in black, and you look in the back seat, I remember hearing somebody mention what was in the back seat of that. And I'm not saying they did that. I'm not saying they did it. I'm just saying these are the dots that, I just start thinking about things and my mind starts going. And like, has anybody even questioned this or thought about it?
Yeah, we have. And you're just what ifing, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, but it's like, and when you
Yeah, we
if you
discussed that.
research the Pullman, you know, especially when you think about stalking, and like when you think about how could it have been placed, well, what if somebody was offended? How many times had Bryan Kohberger been pulled over? Was his car ever searched prior to this? Like, we only know of like one video where he was pulled over and it was about a crosswalk. Has he been pulled over before? Has his car
He's
been
been pulled
searched?
over.
He was
Pulled
pulled
over
over on
twice.
August the 21st in Pullman.
Did he have a knife in his car? Was it taken from him and not recorded?
His car was never searched.
Yeah, it was just for a seatbelt violations. All it was.
He was pulled over before, and they passed him a sheath, and he passed it back and said, "What's that sheath for?" And they never answered him, and they never put it into evidence.
We actually did discuss this in length at the very beginning of all of this too. That was one of the avenues we went down.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
I
it's not, I mean, it's what you're thinking is not anything bizarre. It's just a natural question.
Well, and then it's just like with everything else, they're not giving the defense anything. They're not, they're not working with people. Nothing is making sense. You look up old news videos, it doesn't match up with anything. It's like something's going on.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions in this whole thing.
Yeah. And so, will anybody get to the bottom of that? Probably not.
We're getting to the bottom of it right now. And
Yeah, do
90
it.
seconds, we'll be at the bottom of it.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to get off my chest tonight. I'm not trying to take up any more time, but I listen all the time, and I'm like, God, is anybody feeling the way I am?
I think all of us are.
I am.
Yeah.
I feel you, Mandy. I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all have questions, whether we think he's guilty or we don't think that he is guilty. There's still, no matter what, I think everybody that follows this case, hey, Summer, has questions about something. And we just don't, like I said, there's a lot of questions that we don't have answers to. And I think that's why everybody is ready to watch this trial and hear the evidence and everything that the state has and what the defense has come up with. We're ready to hear it.
Like, what if when we're talking about a stalker, what if it actually was them being harassed by a police officer coming over incessantly for noise violations? In a couple of the videos, you hear him say, remember when he made her spell out her name?
They were a pretty house.
But he already said before he called her, he said Madison.
Are you
But
talking
then,
about the one that Kaylee was in?
yeah, the guys answered the door and they were not home, and so they had to call her.
Oh, that was the so that
Obviously that police officer knew her full name.
Yeah.
Because he said Madison, and then she answered the phone and she said Maddie, but then he was like, is that your full name? Obviously he already knew. Why is he playing stupid?
That was Emily that he was talking.
Yeah, Emily's the one that answered the door, and then I want to say that was Hunter Johnson that brought the phone out to him and said that they had Maddie on the phone.
Yeah.
And then he asked her what her full name was, and she said.
But prior to that, prior to all that, that police officer said her name, and then played stupid and was like, "Maddie, is that your full name?" But 30 seconds in that video prior, he said Madison.
Yeah, I didn't like how some of the stuff that the cops, whenever they talked to Kaylee in that one body cam, they were talking about there's no steps up to the deck. Like, why is a cop
I
worried about
know.
that?
Yeah.
And I did read a thing where the state of Idaho, and I actually had to write this down because I literally had just came across this. Now I got to find where I wrote it down. But in the state of Idaho, you don't have to. It's called. The state of Idaho is not a stop and ID state, meaning that you don't have to give your ID to police. And Kaylee gave hers, and then instead of him writing her information down, he pulls out his phone and takes a picture of it.
Yeah.
Why does he need to take a picture of her ID?
And then 15 minutes ago, he was over at where the gentlemen were all hanging out partying. He didn't take pictures of their IDs.
No, he didn't even ask for their IDs, did he?
Nope.
That sounds like.
Well, I think he might have actually. I think so. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I'd have to watch it again.
They told him they didn't have it. He said, okay.
Okay, because on that body cam footage, when they originally went to the guy's house, that was what the noise complaint call was for their house, and he's claiming that he could hear over at Kaylee and them's house, they could hear that big speaker and all this and that, which I listened to it with headphones on. I didn't hear any music coming from the girl's house, so.
Andy knew exactly what kind of speaker it was, too.
Well, and the thing that bothers me is obviously during that time at night in that vicinity of that area, they were close. They were pulling kids over for drinking and whatnot around that same time. And then you got that footage and everybody, like the flashlight, they wanted to know if that was a cell phone light, like a flashlight on a cell phone, or was that a police officer?
Wait, which one?
On that Linda, whatever lane.
Oh,
footage.
Was looking in the dumpster.
Well, not even the dumpster, but the guy around the corner, and he's got a flashlight, and everybody's like, "Oh, it was like a phone flashlight."
Oh, yeah, he's a dude that's the guy that looked in the dumpster.
Or was that a police officer?
I don't know, but I saw a video on somebody else's
They were all in the vicinity.
Where he got back into a white car.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at that footage where those three kids were in the field, that car is pretty similar to a freaking Elantra, in my opinion. It might be under a night, a light outside. It might look gold. Remember that whole like gold and white dress? Everybody thought it was blue and black or gold and white.
Yeah, but wait, which car are you talking about?
The police officer's car.
Oh, that was a Ford Fusion. That wasn't
they look pretty similar.
No, it's a Ford Fusion.
Yeah.
Hey, William.
I don't know. There's just so many.
It was either white, silver, or cream color, though.
I think his was like silver, like a champagne, probably.
Yeah, it was a light colored car.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I'm still trying to
figure out what's happening.
You're still what, Riddler?
I'm trying to figure out who jumped in that black Jeep.
I know that's
and there's a light on there of them running across.
The Idaho
are they holding
mountain.
that light up so the camera can't pick up their face?
Yeah.
And there's the four guys that are running across in the Banfield body cam.
Yep, behind the cop.
Who said it couldn't be a woman?
This is true.
Did the murders? Is that what you're saying?
Oh no, the person going in the van is wearing all black. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That all woman.
Well, in all that footage, the only people dressed in black with black coats and gloves and whatnot, and they were not in uniform, were the police officers in the vicinity, very close to the time. If anybody was clad in black, it would be them.
Yeah, I'm just saying black is a great way to hide your knockers if you're a woman.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't
I'm
think
So
not
don't
trying
wear
to say
black,
it. I'm just
girls.
like, I wish, like, have they not had to like offer their DNA up?
who.
The police.
We had actually talked about that before, and was some people were wondering, and I would think that they would give their DNA just so it would be on file in case there was any type of cross contamination that might have happened when they're at a crime scene.
Yeah.
That way, it's already like if something comes back, it would
Well,
be in the system where we can say, okay, well, this is where the cross contamination happened. Here's the
And so they
officer's
would
DNA
just
or whatever.
immediately be
but they
released,
didn't.
though.
But they didn't have to do that. So another thought was if they were in a house where unalivings happened and their DNA, of course, is there, then they might have had to submit it at that time so they could be ruled out as well.
Right.
So I sent you this document, and I don't know how to read it. Like, there's too many words. Like it's just it talks about touch DNA and like the time in which it's handled and dealt with, and how long it basically lasts.
Okay. You emailed it to me?
Yeah, and I don't know how to decipher it. If anybody can, please talk about it.
Okay.
Trust me, I don't understand. I have to have everything in layman's terms too.
Oh
Way
yeah.
different.
Let's see. All right. I'm going to exit out of the virtual tour for right
And I've
now.
got 2%, so I'm gonna go.
Okay. Well,
But
thank you
I'll
for
be
hanging out.
listening.
Nice
And I
talking to you,
appreciate you
Mandy.
all for giving me time to just speak my mind.
Oh, you're
Nice
welcome.
talking to you,
Nice
hon.
to meet you, Mandy. Have a
Yeah,
good
you
night.
too. Bye.
Have a good
Me
night.
too, virtual time. Oh, Scarlett, I wanted to say that was a very good point because I actually hadn't heard that live. I literally had another scene moment. But either way, that was really smart. The last thing you said. If anyone can elaborate, I'm sorry.
Wait, what did I say? Because
I was just sitting here thinking, what did she just say?
I've said a lot, so you'll have to remind me.
Because you guys had already
Crystal,
talked about
thank
it.
you. Oh, about the officers having their DNA already on file.
Oh yes. I like
okay.
that. I like that.
I mean, it was just a thought that some of us were talking about it one night, that it could be a possibility that they might, just in case, because you never know, cross contamination can happen, and not meaning to, when officers are collecting evidence. And I mean, it kind of makes sense that they would already have their DNA on file just in case something like that happened.
I'm surprised you say it kind of makes sense. It should completely make sense because there are times when there's rookie cops. Oh my, no, I agree with you 110%. Not kind of. They
You got
should be
crooked cops
given their
everywhere.
DNA.
And I could be completely wrong, and they may not have
I'm saying you got
DNA on file, but.
Well, I look at it this way. So we're talking about a little town. We hadn't had anything like this happen in 7 years, right? And their police officers they have a right to their own
8 years
bodily privacy as well, right?
Yes.
So if they are not in like a job where they're going to be doing this, we're investigating unalivings and things like that, why should they have to give their DNA? And that way they can still have their privacy, right? Now, I think if you're like a detective or something like that, you might have to do that because, it'd be simpler. But then I also think that once they're involved in something like this, they would pretty much have to submit their DNA. So every possible DNA found in that house can be ruled out. Because just by merely walking into a room, you're leaving your DNA pretty much,
Yes.
here or there and everywhere. And, so
yeah. Wherever you go, you are.
out.
Famous
Yeah.
words of Dr. Seuss. Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be ruled out. So I think for sure they would have had to have given it in this case for that reason.
You know, it's funny because the defense come out and said that police officers planted this. Now everybody's running with it.
I was running
Yes,
with it out
Riddler.
the gate, pretty much.
Yeah, Riddler, I was getting
Even on this show. You know, how do my first question was, how do you get a pristine knife sheath with only one person's DNA laying conveniently on a bed next to two victims?
But we don't know whether or not.
I agree on that.
And I was just getting ready to say what Riddler put in the back chat, that yeah, if you're working at a lab handling DNA, they automatically submit theirs for potential cross contamination, so it can rule it out while it's testing for it.
I gotta get in my chat on my phone real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, misbehaving. We were having a little debate between the chat and the live or whatever, and she had a good point, which is, how does just one person's DNA end up there? And I think the answer is that the rest of it was cleaned very well by someone.
Well,
I agree.
With gloves on, probably double gloves even.
Well, it was like I was saying last night. Let's say if he intended on doing this and he bought this knife especially for this fantasy of his, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He could have, probably came down an assembly line. Not all do, but most stuff anymore isn't on assembly line. No humans touching it, right? So you get it in a pristine box. Let's say if he got it through Amazon or somewhere like that where nobody's ever touched it before, right? Because he don't care if somebody else touched it. But let's say nobody did. And then, or even if they did, it doesn't matter. And he is messing with that knife with gloves on, always with gloves, always, in the back of his mind thinking that this is what he's wanting to do. So he wants to keep his DNA off of it. And then he accidentally brushes up against it somewhere, and doesn't realize that he accidentally touched that button area, That could very well be a possibility. I mean, if I was going to commit something like this, I would try to get it somewhere where, I know from the moment I get that knife that I haven't really touched it in a way for me to be able to get my DNA on it without it. But we don't know if it's not on there anyplace else either.
No, that is true, because they only said the snap button of it. So
Well,
it could come out
mean,
in trial and be other places on it.
I mean, if it was me, I'd be sitting there double gloved. I'd be sitting there with my sleeves rolled up. I'd be sitting there with a mask on, because if you breathe, your DNA is going to get on it.
Mm-hmm.
It literally says single source male DNA on the PCA.
That's one person.
Yeah, just one person.
Just one
single
person.
source.
Well, no, I'm saying that's why I said, let's say it hasn't been touched by anybody else. But even if it had, you don't care because your DNA is not on there. But obviously, it was at least in this one spot, Brad, that it was a single person's DNA.
Well, the truth is that his DNA could have been on someone else's person and they touched it, but only his DNA made it onto the sheath. Like, that's literally a fact that it could happen, and it has happened in controlled tests.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But the point is that, notwithstanding female DNA, because they don't mention, they say single source male DNA. So the only thing that isn't excluded from that, in my opinion, would be female DNA.
True.
And that would be some fancy wording to sneak that in there. But
That
otherwise,
could be too.
if it's single source DNA on a knife sheath, then that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, that means
I
one
think
person.
they said single source male DNA.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but that doesn't mean that he don't have other DNA, his DNA all over it. We don't
What
know.
it says single source DNA on a knife
Single
sheath.
source means one
on the button.
Yeah, it
One
just says on the
person. It means
button
one
sheet.
On the
person.
button.
Yeah, but
On
you're
the
not
button.
you're not
Yeah,
understanding.
it could be what they're saying is it could be other places on
Yeah, he
the
could
knife
have.
sheet, but they're only putting in the PCA
They're
that it
only
was
mentioning
just
the snap. I
yeah,
gotcha.
just a
Okay.
snap.
I feel
Okay.
like I'm dealing not with you guys, but with like the group of people that are being questioned here. I'm dealing with a bunch of high schoolers that I just want to like all the ones that are still, thankfully, I guess, unalive are alive. But they're still living. But whether that be in the house or anybody
I'm
in
not
this case,
following.
I just want to kick everybody, and I want to kick Idaho. I
Yeah,
think that
I'm
Idaho is
completely
messed up.
lost.
I'm
I'm
lost.
lost.
What I have no idea what you're
Oh,
referring.
sorry. I got in my own. I'm
Wait,
just mad at the state.
okay, wait, who are you wanting to kick?
Oh, anybody who's still alive, in this, because I think that they're
Wait, what do you mean still alive in this?
We're
that
all
they've
alive.
been unalived.
Wait, say that again.
That weren't unalived.
Like Dylan and Bethany?
They're included in the ones I want to kick. Does that
Hello.
make sense? And I mean that in the most respectful way.
Well, I mean,
Everybody involved with this
if
case.
they didn't have anything to do with it though,
Oh
and
no,
they
no, I'm saying that's in the news and stuff. Not that we don't know if they have anything to do with it.
Oh, we know.
Just everybody involved with the trial that's still here to be involved with the trial, and especially the state of Idaho is just getting me angry. I guess is the best way to say it.
okay.
That means it's
Well,
time to
are
walk
you
away
from
from a little bit.
Idaho? What's going on? What is going on?
Yeah,
Do
it
you
just seems like Idaho has all their wires crossed.
okay? So like you're upset with Dylan and Bethany over the 8-hour time gap before 911 was called.
Yeah, but I'm more
Okay.
upset. Honestly, I'm more upset with Idaho. But yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm gonna. I had to let that out.
The state didn't do it.
Yeah.
I know, but we were talking about the other day about the
Okay, but do you mean the state, like the whole state of Idaho, or are you talking about just like Moscow PD or
the whole state, the like all the cases, the Constitution stuff, the whole state.
okay?
But it wasn't the whole state that did it. That was Anne.
Okay, yeah. So that's where I have my wires crossed. I'm sorry. I just feel like the whole case was handled like so. And you know what? I'm mad about that. Like they're not teenagers, but they're mostly young adults. So if you're not 30, you're not an adult. So it just kills me because like they are just it's hard to like work around their whole. I don't know. It just kills me.
I mean, I still call them kids because my kids are their ages.
Yeah,
I still call them kids.
Yeah.
Mine are older, but yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Froggy. H-Town, how are you?
And it wasn't handled wrong. It's just
True, I guess.
some people don't understand why it was handled the way it was.
Dub, have a good night. Y'all, I didn't even know Dub was in here. Yeah.
And do I believe police officers were involved? No, I do not.
I don't think that. I don't like the way the kids are handled. Like I just like hate that these kids are involved because it
But
doesn't
they're
usually
only
happen.
doing what they're being told to do.
Yeah, I don't know. It just is like get your story straight. Come on, guys.
But they haven't told us. We don't know their story.
That's what is all right. That's what's killing me. You guys just
But
said
that's
it.
not
All right,
their
bye.
fault.
Well, that's because
there's a gag order.
Yeah, but even if there wasn't, we'll never actually know. I think that's what really kills me is like no one's ever really gonna know what's actually happened in that house. As much evidence as you get, I mean, I guess that you can talk about that for any crime scene, but it really bothers me with this one because
You're
like
not going to know the motive. You never know the motive.
Yeah,
the motive
we're
I'm not even
never
worried
gonna
about.
know.
We don't know that.
We've been talking about going from the first floor, second floor, third. I don't think anyone's really gonna know with this one. We don't even know if he was there for 10 or allegedly the person was there for 10 minutes. The DoorDash driver, there's just no connections. I need the case to happen.
I think a
I'm
lot of
dying.
that will. I think a lot of that will come out in court. I think, or in trial. I think,
Yes.
who was attacked first in the order that they were. They become deceased, and I'm trying to be respectful how I say it. I think that will come out in trial.
Yeah.
Where he went first in the house. I don't think we'll ever know a motive. I honestly don't
No.
think whoever did this.
No.
I think if he really did it, and he really gets convicted, that he really will talk about it.
Sooner or later, I think.
I think he'll write I think he'll try to write a book, but he won't be able to. He won't be able to.
Well, he won't be able to profit from it.
Well, no, he won't be a prophet, but I mean, it's just like BTK.
Look at all the other serial killers mass killers, whatever you want to call it, that have told their story, after they were already caught up.
Oh, I believe
Bryan will be fine.
I believe he'll do
Bryan
that.
and Hyundai bonded for life.
We're gonna send him to live with you, Tony.
Also, Betty Joe, I don't think that it has to be law enforcement that necessarily set him up if he did get set up at all. But I think the totality of everything that we've seen between the LE and prosecution definitely at least shows that they don't like to share stuff.
Well, I mean, it's a gag order. They
Close
can't.
to the belt.
They lied to all of us, Betty Joe.
They can do that.
It's legal.
It wasn't in a.
I understand that it's
wasn't
lawful.
in a PCA.
What was their motivation? If they lied to us, because it's possible that they lied to us in the second place.
Want somebody to run. They didn't know who it was. They were trying to figure that part out. It's called detective work. It's called seek your man out.
I don't know. I'm laughing at your. No offense, Betty Joe. I'm laughing at your voice.
I'm just
the way
saying
you said
that's
that.
what it is. I mean, they're not going to come out and say, "Oh, by the way, we got our guy, we got the knife, we know why he did it." They're not going to do that. They're police officers. They have the right to tell stories to keep everything under control.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm asking you right now, anyways, is what do you think their motivation would have been for saying that it was between 3 and 4 in the first place? Like they had to have some kind of reason.
At the time, they probably thought it was.
Okay.
And they just had to work on the time. They had to keep getting more, like.
Or did they conform it to the guy that they thought that they might have, who happened to be in the area with a white car?
Well, he wasn't in the area until 3/29.
Because see, my thing was, I would have thought the day they find out that this happened, November 13th, that day before Dylan and Bethany go anywhere else, when they leave that house, they're going straight to Moscow PD, and they're being interviewed. Right. And I would think at that time, Dylan and Bethany would have both told Moscow PD that all the kids were home by whatever time, in their rooms by 2:00 or whatever, or asleep, or however they said it. Right. And except for Xana got the DoorDash, and she was woke up by Kaylee playing with the dog. So if that's at 4:00, that should have automatically told the police that it didn't happen between 3 and 4.
But see, you're right. But it's
And
just a
then what else did
possibility
they
they
lie
wanted.
to us about? They
Maybe they
told us
wanted.
that people were on the first floor. They told us people were sleeping if the statement didn't come later, which I now think the statement did come later, most likely,
Well, the
considering
one
that there wasn't an APB for bushy eyebrows and
I just had
5'10".
well, the one who
Fred,
said they
sorry.
were asleep was the coroner.
I just had an
Yes.
They could have put out the timeline between 3 and 4 because at that moment they might have thought it was between 3 and 4 until they got more evidence to prove the exact timeline. We don't even know if the timeline's the exact timeline. I mean,
APB,
it has to be close.
APB, bushy eyebrows, APB.
Yeah. 5'10", 180 pounds, bushy eyebrows. Let's
But
go.
you know, they're gonna
Okay,
they can
can I
put out
please?
information
Those
that they
brows.
have at the moment
Thank you, Sima.
until they go through all the tips and the calls and the
Hey,
evidence
Debbie.
they have.
Not if they have a witness that's telling them on the spot.
Yeah, see, that's what I didn't understand.
Maybe they told them between 3 and 4 and didn't until they.
I mean, and that could have been possible. She could have told them 3 to 4, and then maybe came back and after she thought about it, thought, okay,
She
well,
might have.
no, I woke up at 4.
Yeah, it could have been
instead of
like
3.
something on
And
her phone that made her realize
yeah,
it was 4 o'clock.
that could be a possibility there. I just thought it was kind of weird in the beginning. They were saying 3 to 4, and the girls were asleep. And
Right. Well, the coroner's the one that said they were asleep.
no, I'm talking about Dylan and Bethany.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah. The coroner said that they were all asleep and all this and that. And
Yeah.
Come to find out, when the PCA comes out, we know that at least Kaylee and Xana were both awake.
Yeah.
So
Scarlett, wasn't it Pullman Police Department or maybe Washington State University Police Department that first brought BK up on the radar?
It was the Pullman, or no, I'm sorry, not Pullman, WSU police. They
the campus police.
Yeah, whenever they were looking through their system for the white Hyundai Elantras to see if maybe there was anybody on their campus that had one, and they come across his. Said it showed in their system that it still had the Pennsylvania plates, because apparently whenever he got the Washington plates, he didn't turn it into them. Well, then, like, literally, that was like at 12:02 in the morning, I believe it was, and literally like less than 30 minutes after that, then another officer goes out to the apartments, and there's the car sitting in the apartment in the complex parking lot in front of his apartment, and it has Washington plates on it. So I don't know if the first cop who found it in their system asked the other cop to go out while he's out patrolling and just drive by there and see, or if it was just something the second cop decided he would look around as he's patrolling, or what. But 2 of them in less than 30 minutes came across the car.
Something else I'm trying to get at, with all the problems BK had at Washington State University, how much of that was reported to the Washington State University police? And they says white Elantre, and here we got this nut job talking about serial killers and talking about women.
I think the only problem he had was with his professor at the time.
Yeah, him and his professor were getting into it, but I think that from what I have heard, that there was 1 or 2 female students that had made a complaint against him as well.
Well, there were some female students that said they were getting graded extra hard.
Different than the male students. Yeah. So I'm assuming all of that would have been turned into the professor, and that could have had something to do with what him and the professor was getting into it about.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
And when was he released from there?
We don't know, actually.
Yeah, that we don't really know. I know that once he was arrested and brought back to Idaho, the WSU put a thing out saying that he was no longer allowed on the campus. But as far as like when he was terminated, I haven't seen a definite date, because the letter that came out, from what I understand, wasn't even real.
Yeah, we don't know when he was terminated.
Fred, somebody in chat wants to know what you said they were lying about.
Oh, I mean, depending on whether or not DM's statement actually physically changed or not, they told us that they were on the first floor, both of them, that they were both sleeping, and that they never woke up until the morning, as well as the timeline changed, and what else? Maybe
And let me see. I'm
you have
gonna
to let
have
me
to
think
go.
on it if there was more. I guess.
I think that was it.
Yeah. But if they were lying to us, then and I realize that they're allowed to and all that, but there had to be intent.
Yeah, but I don't think they were lying. I think that's the information they had gotten before getting all the information to make it right.
Well, you want to know what? Now that I think about it, that would also maybe make a little more sense if her statement did physically change from the first time that they got it.
Right,
Because
you know yourself, you're scared out of your mind, and you're gonna think of the first thing that comes to your mind, and then later on you're gonna say, "Oh shit, that was wrong. I need to go back and."
I don't know about that.
I mean, they're
You're not gonna go from some dude was in my house and walked
Well, I'm not
towards
saying
the
they
door
didn't say.
to.
I'm not saying they didn't say the dude was in their house.
Yeah.
I'm saying like
Well,
maybe
he
the
was-
timeline. They said 3 to 4. Maybe they figured she, got on her phone and said, "Oh shit, that was 4 o'clock." Let me,
Well, if she was scared, she might not have remembered it all clearly the first time around.
That's what I mean.
That could be it.
Okay,
They said the time of death was established from their phones too.
The time of death was at
when
12.
I was asking about the timeline, Fofa Cat corrected me. She says it was the press who said 3 to 4. The police chief never said 3 to 4.
Oh.
It was the press. Now,
So
when
it
the
was
press
the press.
Well, hold on now. When the press reports it, they say, according to police reports, it happened between 3 and 4. So we got to figure out who came up with this 3 to 4. Was it the press or was it the police chief?
I don't know, because if anything, it'll probably be in their press releases. If
Yeah, that's what I'm
they
going
put it
through
out
now. I'm going through the press releases now to find it to see if any of them. Because I know that none of the press releases say that Dylan and Bethany were both asleep on the first floor, or that Dylan was asleep on the first floor. It just says that they were asleep and didn't wake up till later on that day.
And their time of death was at noon.
Yes, it does say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I meant the time of the act itself is what I was referring to. They used Bethany and Dylan's phones to figure out the approximate time of the event.
Right, and
somehow.
that's what I mean. That maybe Dylan realized.
They would have had that right away, is my point.
Okay, so maybe if it's not. Wait, what is this?
I don't know.
Okay, this is telling where Bethany. I'm sorry, not Bethany. Kaylee and Maddie were, and then Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi. But maybe it was said in a press conference that the murders happened between 3 and 4.
I thought it was, but I could be wrong.
Instead of a press release.
Well, Fofa Cat told me, she says she went back and looked at every video and she can't find where the police said it happened between 3 and 4.
Oh, I trust Fofa.
Okay.
Yep, I do too.
Yeah, but she's got all of her stuff. She's way more organized, y'all, than I am.
She's diligent.
So
She's diligent.
She's on it.
She's like me and her together. She's like the organized person of the team, where I'm just like all over the place.
She's quick with it. She is
Oh,
quick
yeah.
with it.
And she also has a sweet voice.
Yeah, she's
like Scarlett.
a very nice person.
And everybody else too.
Let's see. I'm trying to find though where it says the first one that they put out about that they didn't wake up until later on the 13th. I don't remember what day that was, but I know it wasn't too many days after. Because on the 19th, they say that 2 other roommates were at the residence that night. But that's all they put out in it.
But I can remember at one of the press conference, the press says, "Will the 9/11 call be released?"
Mm-hmm.
Police chief said he would try his or do his best, try his best, or see if he could get that released.
Yeah, and they won't let him release it.
Right. If
Yeah.
the state attorney says no, we're not going to, then he's not going to.
Yeah.
See, the state attorney and the police department, they're as tight as 9 is to 10. They have to have that relationship all the way through.
Right.
Okay, so on the 19th, in one of the press releases that they put out, they were asking the public's help with like camera footage from residences and businesses, and they were asking for it between the hours of 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. So if the press came out with that,
hold on, I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay, but it never says 3 to 4 in any of these. I'll have to get, because I don't know, both of them may be busy tonight, and maybe why she's not in here. But I'll have to see if she has it where it was the media that had said it. Because I remember it coming from somewhere in the very beginning, 3 to 4. And then when the PCA...
You'll see it in all the media. They'll put 3 to 4.
Yeah. And then once that PCA came out, it was between 4 and 5.
But the media puts in there according to police.
Right.
The crime happened between 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm. So we just got to find where the police said that.
So then my question becomes, did they conform it to what they wanted it to be, or is it righteous? And I hope that will come out through, and I'm sure it will, probably one way or the other, in
Right.
examinations and cross-examinations.
Oh, yeah. I would assume that would be one of the things that would come out. Jamie, have a good night. Okay, I'm sorry. But it seems like I remember reading that somewhere, that 3 to 4. It might have been in one of the press, something that the press put out.
It's a pretty good reason why the LE shouldn't be lying to us in the first place, too, because the defense can try to use that now.
See, I'm still trying to picture how,
if that's how it went down.
You take this big K-bar knife, you slide it in, then when you pull it out, blood's coming back on you.
Right.
It's splattering everywhere. It
Right.
may even go up on the walls. And I don't know how many times they were hit. I don't know if it was 3, 5, 7.
Yeah, they never came out with that and said.
Right. And I'm just trying to picture no DNA in the car when you got people who are on news media saying, they're going to find that DNA in that car.
Oh, what was it? That car is a rolling crime scene. Isn't that what someone said?
That is what Coffendorfer said,
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, nothing in there. And so does he get into another car, or is he actually on the outside working with the guys that he never went in the house? Some other bushy eyebrow guy did. Or maybe 2 guys went in the house. I don't know. I just can't picture one guy doing all this by himself and speeding away at 420.
I mean, that second car theory that Scarlett came up with weeks ago now, I believe, it's plausible. I can't say it's not.
I could be completely wrong, but
And there is a black vehicle in that parking lot at 3:23 and some seconds.
But
and
Jamie,
that could be suspect too.
Jamie and Chat said that on the 6 a.m. surveillance, I believe I got it. They sent me an email. I'll have to go back and read it in a second. Heaven Star, thank you so much for that super chat. And they said the mayor came out with it on November the 16th. Thank you. I'll go grab that. But anyway, Jamie said that that Jeep comes back to the parking lot at like 6 something in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me go to November the 16th while I have that fresh in my mind, or I'll be done forgot where I was
Yeah,
supposed to be going.
someone was asking in
Anybody
chat
in
too
chat?
about suspect vehicle 1, and yeah, they named it as suspect vehicle 1, which has always made me think that that could allude to there being a second or a third.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what is this one? Heaven Stars, thank you. ABC News article dated November the 16th. Thank you, Heaven Star. I'll go try to find that as well. Excuse
I'm
me.
back.
Welcome back.
My granddaughter wanted some cereal.
Hey, there's
Nice.
nothing wrong with that.
So the news media should have said according to the mayor instead of according to police.
What it seems like.
Lost Marina.
Huh?
We lost Marina.
Oh, hold on. Let me get back. Yes, she's backstage. All right, I got her. Okay, let me go. Where did I see? Hold on. I saw something from the mayor. But this is a 14th, so this wouldn't be. So I'm going to have to go find the ABC News article that she was talking about. And I have to keep bouncing back to my StreamYard.
No,
See if
Tonka,
anybody-
there hasn't been any documentation coming out that there was a lone perpetrator, but they did say they got their man when they were asked about that. They said they have their man.
Yeah. Excuse me. See, I'm
I
not
think
as
that
sure.
makes
No, you're good. I was just reading this comment. Oh, and it was Penny replying back to Max. I'm completely behind in chat right now. Say please, that could be it too. They wanted to calm everyone down. Yeah, because all the kids were leaving. Parents were wanting their kids to come home, which I completely understand. You know, I wouldn't want my child being, especially the ones that live right next door. You know, I would
Exactly.
want them. I would want them to come home too.
I've been first one there to get my child.
That's some of the other stuff too, right there, Betty Joe. They're telling everybody that everything's safe. Go
Yeah.
get back in the water.
Which
Yes,
I could never understand that part.
The day that it happened on the 13th,
Yeah.
they said that.
Yeah, I could
And
never
had-
understood why they did that.
They really lucked out in the fact of the timing as well, with it being holidays right around the corner.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to say it's definitely obvious just to try to keep the public calm.
Oh yeah.
I don't know how that would work out, considering that it's kind of conflicting and.
Yeah.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. They said it is titled 4 Idaho college students killed in targeted attack, no suspects in custody. Thank you. That'll be a whole lot easier.
That's what I was just getting ready to say. First it was targeted, then it wasn't targeted, and it's targeted.
They also said they didn't know for sure if it was the people or the house.
Right.
Yeah.
Wasn't it the mayor that said that?
No. Okay, so it wasn't the mayor. It was the prosecutor, and then Moscow PD had to
mayor.
come back and
right
backtrack on it and said that
I
there
thought-
was miscommunication.
Oh, I thought it was the mayor. I thought they said the mayor said that.
Hold on, y'all. Let me write this down real quick. No, I'll be that forgot. And Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that information.
Yeah, I can't remember which statement we were talking about with the mayor, but there was one like that, though, Betty Joe, where it was him.
Unless the mayor said it also, and I just didn't see it, but I think there is a press release. I'd have to find it where I think it was Chief Ra addresses it and said that that was said, and that they have to come back and can't say that, and that the only information that is going to be coming out is from the Moscow Police Department.
Yeah. I think Bryan is the one who interviewed the mayor.
Could have been because I know he interviewed. Did he interview Chief Fry?
I think so.
Because I know he did the prosecutor,
I know he was the main one interviewing everybody.
but I don't remember if he did. He might have done Chief Fry or the other guy that looks kind of like Chief Fry. What's his name? Roger.
Yeah,
Lanier?
I get them mixed up.
Yeah, they look so much alike. Like
They
they
could
would
be
pass for brothers. Yeah. But I think I saw somewhere where Roger Lanier retired. I seen that like
Oh
a
yes,
week
I
or so
remember.
ago.
I remember. Yeah, I remember that. I think Banfield was talking about that.
Oh, okay. What was you saying, Brad?
Oh, does anyone remember? Because I feel like I do, but I'm just not 100%. When the Gonzalez family interviewed with Olivia, didn't he mention something about a 911 call where Kaylee was like not even upset or scared or anything, but there was a call? Or am I tripping?
That was her mother with the grocery store.
Oh, okay.
When two guys followed her out of the grocery store.
Okay. So that was separate, different time or something.
I know that there was another when I want to say she was at Walmart, and there was this lady that was missing in the area, and she thought she saw the lady, and she called 911 to report it.
Yeah, that one too.
Maybe that's what they were talking about.
That's probably the one you're talking about.
She also told someone there was masked men tree or
yeah, that's that's the one I was kind of thinking of, I think, right there.
That Say Please is talking about?
Masked people in the trees or something like that, yeah.
I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, that's me.
I've never heard of that one.
No, where did I hear about somebody
hear
being in
that
a tree?
either.
I know, I heard that. Somebody said something about
wait.
somebody being in trees.
I think
Yes,
that had
I
to
know
do with the dog.
No. There was a girl buried alive in trees. Okay, never mind. I have to.
But with the dog that was mutilated, they said that there was somebody hiding in the trees with a knife.
I don't remember.
Okay, no, I heard something else.
Okay.
About somebody hiding in the tree, up in the trees behind their house. But I know where that came. That came from the person that's sending me all the crazy emails.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm taking that with a very small grain of salt.
Yeah, very small.
Yeah, I would too. Well, Heaven Stars is going to buy you Christmas this year at this rate.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much. She said, I just emailed you the link in the screenshot. Thank you. Thank you. Let me go look at my email real quick. Okay. Excuse me. Shit, I had to sneeze.
God bless you.
Thank you. Oh, I can feel another one coming too, y'all. So if I just mute, y'all know what's going on.
God bless you.
Gesundheit.
All right, I gotta download these real quick.
I can't believe this baby woke up.
I can't believe she's asleep.
It's not her bedtime yet.
Yeah.
She went to sleep at 11. She went to sleep at 11:30.
Okay, and it's what, 3 o'clock?
Yeah, what the
do to wear her out today?
She just took a
Maybe
nap.
she had a dream about cereal.
It's a possibility. No, she woke up. I don't know. She woke up and said, "Don't touch that. Don't touch that." I was like, "What are you talking about?" I don't know what she was dreaming
Has
about.
anyone heard of? Oh, sorry. Has anyone heard of Matthew Stafford? or Hoffman? Hoffman.
No.
Okay, well, this is where I'm getting at with the treat. That's why I got where is it? Hoffman, a 30, faced a total of 10 counts, including aggravated murder, gross abuse to a I can say that, corpse, burglary, kidnapping, and SA. Prosecutors said previously that they were not prosecuting for the no D penalty. Blah blah blah. Anyway, let me.
Where is that at?
Oh, I can just email you. Basically, the body or the alignment was in a tree, and the girl did live, but she
I
was
remember what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, she was covered in much leaves.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of that one.
Where was
Oh,
that?
okay. I'll send it to you. Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I should
Where
have asked
was
you
that?
first. It's Knox. It says Knox County. It's in Ohio, actually.
Okay, because there was another one in Truckee.
I'm sure there's always another one.
Oh God.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sorry, Scarlett. I should have asked you first. I usually do. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Okay, I'm grabbing the screenshot now that Heaven Star sent. Just 1 second. Let me get pulled up here. Here we go. Okay, so this is from the ABC one that she was talking about, and it says it's believed the crime happened between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. Sunday, the mayor said. The victims were found around noon on Sunday when officers responded to a report of an unconscious person. According to police, the weapon wasn't found at the scene, police added. And then I can't see what the rest of it says, but so that's it's. They're saying that the mayor said between 3 and 4.
Well, how would the mayor know? He's not a.
I don't know.
He leads the police.
He's a big mouth.
He does
City.
lead the city police. Yes, that
Yeah.
is true.
Yeah, but he's not going to know unless they told him.
Well, they probably. I would think.
Good point,
I mean-
Betty Joe.
I'm not saying it's not a possibility. They did say that, but yeah,
Like, you know how, like, whenever you go in, and I know a lot of bigger cities do this, at the start of each shift or the beginning of the day, they go in and all of the officers have a meeting and go over,
yeah,
like, the newer stuff or whatever.
mm-hmm.
That could have happened, and that might have been where he was getting it from.
Probably.
Excuse me.
They probably could have been saying, like, we think it's between 3 and 4, and
Something like this. I'm sure he gets briefed several times a day on that.
Probably.
Let's get more evidence to really nail down the timeline and all that.
Right.
Well, to your point, Betty Joe, I think that the fact that the girls got home at they're the last ones to arrive home, allegedly, and that was at 2:56 according to the sister, and minutes later or something, maybe
1:56, they made it home.
Yeah, that's what the sister got that straightened out. Kaylee's sister got that straightened
Which
out.
is sad that the victim's family had to go out and
Yeah.
get the correct time.
That is sad.
So from that time on,
Yeah,
maybe that's why they thought so. So I mean that,
that's a possibility too.
because I don't want to. Yeah, like I've been saying all along, I don't know if he's guilty or not. If he is guilty, he's guilty. I will repeat, like Willie's been saying, he's guilty of being the dumbest guy ever
Exactly.
as well. And I just, that's the hard part for me to grip onto. At that and everything else, as far as the sheath is just laying there. If it doesn't, if it indeed does not have any other DNA on it other than that snap,
Yeah.
that in itself becomes suspect. It becomes suspect to me on multiple ends, right? Because like because if BK wiped it off that good and forgot that spot and left it there, then he left it there on purpose. And if he didn't leave it there, then someone else had to have wiped it off.
I just don't see how, if somebody was handling, I just do not see how it's not in the leather, because leather absorbs the oils from your skin. It's harder to get it off than it would have been the snap.
I feel like if you used enough oil to wipe it down, that it would probably destroy any of that other stuff, with the exception of like if blood was dried up on it.
Riddler, didn't you do some sort of looking on that here a while back?
We did like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, we did a couple times. And
what was that about? If you put
well,
oil,
we were talking about what you wipe down your knife blade with, and what types of oils you use for leather. But we were also trying to figure out how long DNA stays on leather.
Right.
Basically, all we were finding out was DNA stays almost forever if the item is indoors. If it goes outdoors, then it's just a matter of a couple weeks or so. But
what if you used oil on the leather? Didn't you look that up too?
Yeah, but it's still not clear. You can't get clear answers on these things.
It's not.
We didn't get 100%.
Nothing definite.
Can I speak from experience with leather, at least?
It is for sure leather, because it's embossed with the U.S. Marine Corps globe.
Exactly.
And insignia. So it is definitely leather.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She says Kaylee was on the phone calling her ex until 2:45. Yeah, her and Maddie
2:52
was the last one at 2:52.
Yep.
That's awesome. Can I say something about leather though, really quick? Being a horseback rider, and never mind.
I mean, I might be blind, but I know my times.
I've got them all wrote down. They're just in
now?
other notebooks. Yeah, we can hear you.
I just realized I was getting really mad at you guys internally because you guys couldn't hear me because I had the mic up, because I'm not used to the headset. I was getting really upset with you guys. Like, hi, and then you're not listening to me. So I'm gonna give a second before I even talk. Give it.
Excuse me.
Okay, I get to be the first to say that's such a boomer move.
What?
Muting herself while she's.
Oh.
I was literally so sad. I thought you guys were like literally ignoring me. I was like, but I have something to say.
Oh, if I was going to ignore you, I would mute you where you couldn't unmute yourself.
Yeah, I had no idea what I was doing.
No, you're good.
I see.
I would do something like that and feel like
that's okay. I've done it.
So
I've done it. I'm sitting here talking, like, why ain't they answering me? Oh, you got to mute.
I've been talking to you guys for a minute. I'm like, I have something to say. You guys are talking along. I'm like, oh my god, I'm a dumb. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Betty Joe, I grew up with a friend whose dad was completely blind, and you could not put anything past that man.
Well, I have real bad cataracts.
Yeah.
I'm going to have surgery on one eye on the 10th.
I know. I've been praying about it. Believe that.
So right now I can't. Like, my right eye is starting to go like my left eye, so I really can't see nothing. But I can keep up with the times.
Well, hopefully you get to keep your extra super senses when you get your sight back.
When you lose a sense, like your eyesight, it heightens your hearing and your smell and all that.
Yep, that's what I was getting at.
It also has to heighten your memory, because you have to rely on that pretty much extensively.
Yeah.
So hopefully you get to keep those superpowers when you get your eyesight back.
Yeah.
So what were you going to say about the leather, Marina? Were you going to say something about leather being a
I just heard that. Yes, Thank you. You got they got. Okay, so I've ridden horses like my whole life, and I worked. You put oil on leather to like keep it pristine. So I was. My God, you reminded me. Thank God. Thank you for reminding me.
Pleasure.
Anyway, either way, whether because you do rub oil into leather very, very well. It's like shining shoes, even. I mean, leather shoes.
Yeah, you have to keep it supple. Supple. I used to ride in show too, so I get
Yeah.
it.
And then
Oil, DNA.
yeah, but then I'm just thinking like when you're placing it off of
Is she
Did
still
we lose
here?
her? No, we lost
Oh,
her.
yep,
Nope,
we lost
we
her.
lost her.
I think she kicked herself off.
One of the things that we did find out about DNA, there were certain chemicals you can put on top of it, but must remain on top of it for 30 minutes or longer, and it will remove the DNA. So if he cleaned the DNA of his car, I just can't picture placing something like hydrogen peroxide and bleach together, and it doesn't dry up for the 30 minutes.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
And those seats we looked at, they weren't leather. So
No.
that's if there was something had just somewhere on that car there has to be. If he used that DNA had to get in there. I mean, how did this guy clean up so quickly?
Well,
You
you got to
know,
remember he had 6 weeks.
you know what? I just thought of something that would drive me absolutely crazy as a juror. We all have a habit of if we don't know the answer to something, we immediately start researching it and asking questions and looking it up, and that would drive me absolutely nuts. Not being able to do that.
Well, see, some
I'd be
jurors.
raising my hand saying, "Excuse me, I need clarification,
Well,
please."
some jurors are allowed to ask questions just
Yeah, I
depending on the
hope they
state.
will.
It's just depending on the state.
Right. And it was, I mean, it was now in Colorado with, excuse me, yeah, with Letitia,
Yeah.
they let them ask questions, and I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
Oh
See, I
yeah.
think it's retarded to do that.
See, I don't. I think
What?
they asked them
What?
questions that they should have been
Holy
asked
hard R's,
anyway.
Batman.
Holy little like you, Batman.
Rilla says that's retarded.
Well, see, there was a group that went around America stirring
Right.
up problems, and they come out of Colorado, and they brought some other people from other states with them,
Yes, I know
telling
who
the
you're talking
jury
about.
that you can argue with the judge and you can
But
ask
they
them
weren't
questions.
arguing. They were just asking a
Just
question.
listen. What if you ask a question that now can cause an appeal, or it now causes a mistrial?
Well,
Well,
can't the judge decide what questions he's
yeah,
going to ask and what
he looked
not?
at the questions before he let him ask them. Before he
I mean,
asked
I
them.
get your point. I get your point completely,
There's
Riddler. I
there's a
really,
reason there's a reason we have lawyers, because let's just put it this way: we're dumb.
yeah, I
That's why
agree.
we had a lawyer in here the other day answering all of our questions.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
And
I
then we
agree.
got
with it.
we
you.
think the court works off of a yes and no, and how do you do this and why do you go? That's not what they're looking at. They're challenging the procedures of the way things happened.
Well, if
Right.
you have you watched the Letitia trial?
Yeah, I saw part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could barely
But
stand.
they weren't. But they
No,
weren't.
they
But they were
weren't bad questions.
questions that were. They were questions that were relevant. You know, I mean, there weren't any really bad questions. There were just questions like, could you clarify this or could you
Yeah.
clarify that? It was nothing like
It was mainly for the what was
questions in the juror's mind of like, well, I wonder,
it's mainly the cops, the witnesses, the cops and the doctors that were up on the stand. It's mainly for them.
Right.
We elect, or the governor appoints, a prosecutor Same thing with a public defender, and they're paid pretty decent money. They should be paid more than what they get, but for lawyers. And now all of a sudden, a guy who works at minimum wage flipping burgers can now step into a courtroom and start asking questions.
Well, I get your point.
Why
Yeah.
not? Why
I
not?
get your point, but if they say, "Hey, can you clarify exactly where the knife or the knife sheath was laying? Was, you know, under, beside, halfway?" I mean, and they didn't ask very many questions either.
Okay,
really.
we could ask when we were in deliberation. We could ask them to clarify something during deliberation, and the stenographer could read it back to us.
Right. I get
That
where
we could
you're
do,
coming
but to be in the see, this is leading to, you don't understand. This is leading to a middle of a trial where people can just stand up and yell at the judge.
Yeah, I get your
I'm
point.
telling you what it's. I've seen their pamphlets. They send them to me.
Never being on a jury before. I mean, you definitely have the experience on that, on the inside track. I don't, and I actually
It's
do
just
see your
that what
point
it
in that.
is to cause chaos, because
Yeah.
out of chaos comes order, and there's serious people in this country now. You saw it during the last election who are trying to overthrow the government.
Oh yeah.
And that's one of the taxes on the judicial system. Now, do I believe there's some wrong in our judicial system? You darn straight there is.
Oh yeah.
And does the legislators really need to get together? See, in America, I've said this 100 times on here, we're reactive, we're not proactive. We don't
Yeah.
ever sit there and say, what if this happened in Idaho, an SA, or
Right.
SK? Oh, that won't never. We'll wait till we cross that bridge when we get there. We'll cross that river when we get there.
Yeah, that's true.
And then all of a sudden, look
We're
how
there.
bad it looks.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
don't
agree.
pass the firing squad till this guy.
Right.
Like you have it before in case it did happen.
I guess I didn't look at it that way because none of the questions were really like.
Well, if they're in deliberation and they want a clarification, I don't have a problem with that. And there's some words that are used that some of these attorneys will use, and the juror gets confused.
Right.
And there are jurors that sat with me. They didn't know the difference between sustained and overruled.
Oh wow.
Even the witnesses didn't know. He goes, "Do I keep talking or do I shut up?"
Wow.
I mean, well, Cato did it in the OJ trial.
Oh yeah, he did.
I know. Oh, I know. I
So,
watched that trial.
there's confusing things. And when I went on jury duty, the very first thing they did, good Lord, they must have had hundreds and hundreds of us in one room. We watched a video on how the American court system works, and they actually had more lawsuits percentage-wise during the Revolutionary era, the birth of our nation, than we have today. And because just about most of the guys who wrote the Constitution, what were they? They were lawyers or pretty close to something.
Yeah, they were.
Statute, yeah.
Yeah.
And so their station in society was pretty high. But you go in there and you watch the whole process. They tell you things. Then after you get through watching it, that's supposed to make you feel good about what you're doing. And then they start separating you into different rooms. And then they start breaking it down. People who don't get picked for juror one now go to the 5th floor. You'll go to this court. You'll go to that court. But
Well,
I was in rock court, and I knew what that meant. I said, rock court, what would that be? Repeat offenders court.
And I tell you, it was not all roses and perfume whenever they fought vigorously over the Constitution and our rights. I mean, they weren't they were head to head. A lot of them got really mad at each other, you know?
Right. Well, see, I didn't never know. I asked one of my family members, I said, why didn't you take that? Isn't it mandatory you have to take it to the grand jury? The Constitution of the United States says it must go to a grand jury. And we're talking about M1 trial. And that person came back and reported me. She goes, that's federal law, not state law. I operate under the state law. So 20-something states don't have that in their document that it's mandatory for the prosecutor to go to a grand jury. And I mean, I could show you a statement right now from a Chief Justice who said anybody at any given time can be prosecuted by a grand jury.
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
believe, if I'm not mistaken, New Jersey don't have grand juries. I know they
Really?
didn't. Yeah, I know they didn't way back then, but I don't know about now.
See, originally it was supposed to be for all the laws are supposed to protect us from the government. That's why our forefathers wrote it.
Yeah.
And a grand jury was supposed to be in place to protect an overzealous prosecutor for
All of our
overcharging or for prosecuting a whipping boy.
all of
Right.
our laws were written with that intent. I mean,
Right. But
every
now
single
now
thing.
they
But
have
now
turned it
it's like
around.
they turned it around on us and yeah.
But
You
see,
and I are of the same mind, so
what I don't understand about Anne trying to dismiss this is because they do use, in a grand jury, they do use the word probable cause. And she's trying to say it should have been reasonable doubt. Without a reasonable doubt.
Well, I don't know what happened in the grand jury. I haven't read any of the transcripts, and I can understand what Ann's trying to do. And if they, excuse me, if they gave the grand jury the wrong instructions, they need to go right back and get that grand jury back together, and give them the correct instructions. And says, now make a decision.
So would they do another grand jury, or would they? Because isn't Ann asking
What they did here,
for like a prelim?
we
Yeah,
had a
she's asking for a prelim.
a case here where the judge gave the jury the wrong instructions, and the lady got, even though she still did it, performed this act. She comes out of prison and she's released now because the jury now gave a different result.
Right.
They didn't find her guilty. Well, she is guilty of it. I mean, she had a what do you call where you're told you got to stay away from somebody.
Protective order,
Restraining.
restraining order.
Restraining order. She was not supposed to go back to her husband's house. She went back to her husband's house the day she got out of jail. She grabbed a whole bunch of clothes and says, I'm going out partying tonight. He says, why don't you just stay here with us and the kids? She says, I'm going out partying. They get in an argument. She goes out in the garage, gets a pistol, comes back in the house, fires it above her child's head, but she's trying to shoot her husband, and it misses his eye by about 3 or 4 inches. That's off to the side. The bullet even goes through the wall, almost hits her other kids in the other room. So they arrested her. And she says she was shooting in self-defense.
Hey, y'all hit the thumbs up if y'all haven't done so. Okay,
so that's
go
what
ahead,
she got arrested for, and the jury met and says, yes, she's guilty. And then they said, well, you gave the wrong instructions, and she got off on it. So the jury they brought the jury back together, and they picked up from where the judge gives the instructions to the jury. If they need to review the transcripts, they could. It was like that. It was real quick.
Right.
And so in this case, I don't know how Idaho's laws. If something was wrong, they need to correct it by making it right. I'm not saying I'm not saying, hey, squash the whole grand jury. Sorry.
Right.
Not like that. I'm not playing a little child's game here. What I'm trying to say is go back, get that grand jury back together. We got a man who's probably going to get 4 .30 caliber shot through his chest. So they need to go back to that grand jury, let them look at the evidence again, and get writ and be told what the correct procedure is, and then let them vote. That's all they got to do. They ain't got to go back and say, let's let all 175 cases off.
Right.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that super chat. She said the prosecutor can choose to do another grand jury. Thank you for that, Heaven Stars.
But I don't understand what instructions she's trying to say, because the instructions is
it was something to do. Yeah, it was something to do though, because they left out the wording of without a reasonable doubt.
But they don't have to.
So, well, I saw it on. Oh shit! It was a video I watched today, but it was talking about because they didn't put it in there, then it left them. And let me see if I've got it in my email. Hold on, I may have
Yes,
it in there.
that's the first I've heard of this actually.
Let me see if this is the
Well,
one.
because they used probable cause and she wanted them to use reasonable doubt.
Okay.
Is this it?
I mean,
there is a difference.
yeah, there is a difference. But in your grand juries, that's what they use, probable cause. They're not
Right.
they're not the ones convicting him. They're just the
Right.
ones indicting him to go over to trial.
Let me see if
Yeah.
this is it right here, because there was a video that I watched today, and because they didn't include the wording without a reasonable doubt, then that means that they were able to indict him the way they explained it at a lesser than without reasonable doubt. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, they did it on probable cause instead of reasonable
Yeah.
doubt.
So let me. I think this is it. I gotta unmute this. Let me put it up.
Probable cause literally means to further investigate too. So.
All right. Okay. So while because it's like 5 minutes long, while it's playing, I'm gonna mute out, and I'll be watching the chat.
Another document dump in the Idaho student murders case. This one, like so many others, it came as a bit of surprise. A lot of documents tonight, quite a few. I got to shout out to my friend Anna, who always alerts me, my lawyer friend, when these documents come down and then helps me explain them to me, because this one tonight was quite complex. Bryan Kohberger's defense team now asking the judge to throw out Kohberger's indictment that was handed up in May by a grand jury. Kohberger's argument is the grand jury was misled as to the standard of proof needed to bring charges. Here to help us navigate this breaking news tonight, criminal defense attorney Mark Garagos. We couldn't have anyone better on than you, Mark. This is amazing to have you tonight. First of all, what does this mean? Bryan Kohberger's defense never wanted a grand jury involved in the first place, now saying the grand jury process was done all wrong. Do they have a point here?
Yeah, well, yes, I didn't talk to you about it, but I talked to your better half, Ashley. The idea that they went to a grand jury, I think, took the defense by surprise. You'll remember all the skirmishing about one of the witnesses that was out of state that they wanted to have compelled to the preliminary hearing. And they ended up compromising on that and saying they do what was called a deposition in a criminal case, which is not common practice. Here, what they're saying is, look, were not told or given enough advance notice of the fact that they're going to the grand jury, but the standard, meaning the instructions that were read to the grand jury, were wrong. And what do you mean by that? There are jury instructions that tell you what the standard of proof are or is. In a grand jury or a preliminary hearing, that is what's called a probable cause proceeding. That means, I sometimes joke, does that mean my client is breathing? But the legal definition is there a substantial amount of proof of the crime? Obviously there is, and that it ties to the defendant or the accused. Here they're saying that the standard as it was read to the grand jury, and mind you, they've got a court reporter in there that is transcribing everything, and they make the point that the grand jury was misled. Now, that would not necessarily throw out the case. What they're saying is, okay, the grand jury indictment is flawed. Now let's go back and have what we always bargained for, so to speak, which is a preliminary hearing where we get to cross-examine witnesses, something you don't get to do in a grand jury indictment.
So we thought there was going to be a preliminary hearing initially. Then there was the secret grand jury, and we found out no preliminary hearing. I mean, do you think there's a good chance we could end up actually having a preliminary hearing after all?
I'm always dubious or cynical about the idea of a judge throwing out a grand jury indictment. It's not commonplace, and especially in a high-profile case like this, but I've seen it happen. I can give you some high-profile examples of when it has happened. I think they do have, the defense has got a compelling point, meaning they said we were led to believe that they were going to do a preliminary hearing. Based on that, we waived our right to a speedy trial, aka preliminary hearing. We relied on it as a contract. Basically, when you waive your right to a speedy preliminary hearing, you're relying on the fact that you're going to get a preliminary hearing. To then have the prosecutor go behind your back, basically, do a secret grand jury indictment, that would mislead. And so if they can show that clearly there's a substantive difference in what the law was that was read to the grand jurors in secret, and they've got the transcript, then a judge has got a real problem. Does he want to go force them to go to trial based on an infirm indictment, or is he better off just giving the defense what they want, or she giving what they want, a preliminary hearing?
What do you make of this defense team, Mark, based on the filings that you've read, from what you've seen? Obviously, you would know way more than me, but just as a non-lawyer, I mean, they seem pretty slick to me with a lot of these filings.
I always resent when somebody calls a defense lawyer slick.
Sorry.
I will tell you,
my dad's
yes.
a defense lawyer, by the way, so take it with love.
I know who your father is, so I don't take it personally.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I think that this team is very skilled in capital defense. I mean, there are a lot of defense lawyers who are very good, but never do a capital case. Capital cases require a constant.
Thank you for watching. Go to NewsNation.
Sorry, I couldn't get Ashley to quit playing there for a second.
Ashy smoky. More of that. Urgh.
I wasn't expecting it to end that soon. Okay, I think that's the only one that I have in my email. Let me go back and make sure. Yeah, it was, because there was like 2 or 3 of them that I watched today that was talking about the whole grand jury being dismissed, or the indictment being dismissed and all that.
I don't think it will.
I don't either, honestly, because the lawyer, the Tragos guy, he said that if that was to happen, and this is the same thing that Bofa was talking about last night, that if that's to happen, think of all the other cases that would get brought up and have to go back through the whole thing as well.
Yep. And that's just not in that state. That's a lot of states.
If that's what it takes to correct the error, then that's what it takes. That's my opinion.
That's what we're doing with DNA right now.
Okay, Heaven Stars, hold on 1 second, honey. I'm just going to go look. Go ahead, Riddler. I'm sorry.
I agree, guys.
We're doing that with DNA right now. We're bringing cases where people have been incarcerated for 20 years and now being released.
I think reform is a great thing when it's a good thing, Like here in Minnesota, they're like in the process of getting to release a whole lot of people that went to prison and are in prison for what do you call it? Mary Jane. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's a little different than
Yes, sir.
That's a little
Wacky
different
tobacco.
than on a lot of somebody.
Well, yeah, especially 4 of them.
I mean,
Right. Oh, I get that. That's not the point. The point is that, if
I mean, I don't think they should be in prison for marijuana anyway.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to equate one to the other. I'm just saying that if that reform is a good thing when it's good, and that, in this case, if that ends up getting favorably decided for them or whatever, I mean, if it's a mistake that's been ongoing, then that should retroact to all those other people, and I don't feel like anyone should be mad about that at anyone except for the state.
Yeah.
Because it's their fault. If that's
I hope you don't think having a preliminary hearing is going to get him off the charges.
We don't know that.
Because I doubt it very highly.
I mean, that's your opinion, and we all have one, but we don't know that. maybe if there was a preliminary hearing in the first place, there wouldn't be a trial. We don't know.
Exactly.
Is Nightbot not working?
Uh-oh.
I see Michelle's done put in like 2 or 3 commands, and it's not.
Nightbot went on vacation.
What was that original preliminary hearing date?
June 26th.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would have already, by now, we would have known, pretty much all. Yeah, we'd pretty much know all the evidence. We would know it all right now.
And see, one of the questions that, you answered it a while ago, Betty, is that what if Ann wants to ask Bethany, okay, you saw something at 4:17, 4:25, whatever.
Right.
Why didn't you call 911?
Exactly. If she was, I'm not saying this channel. I'm saying there's a lot of channels out there pointing the finger at Dylan not calling 911. But if Bethany heard something or seen something, why didn't she do it? You just can't blame one without, blaming the other.
And hopefully it'll come out in trial, whatever it is that Bethany heard and or seen.
Right.
And the way that PCA is written and the amount of information they gave plenty of fuel and ammunition to these conspiracy theorists.
Uh-huh.
And they've opened it up from about every source to where for someone to blame.
Yep.
Well, I might resemble that remark, to be perfectly honest, because it's not, it's only a theory until it's proven to be true.
And who's to say their theories is more or less than the ones I provide?
Right, exactly. Everybody's theory counts.
No.
And when we talk about, it's not a trap house and these people, and I agree, I don't think any of these people are on any heavy drugs or distributing it. But what if one of the persons knew something, overheard something they shouldn't have heard, or made a threat to one of those drug people? Now, see, that puts a target on you.
Yeah.
It's like I've been saying a lot. Like I've been saying, actually, maybe for the first time just about a week ago or two. If you pull your feelings out of the pile and just look at the totality of the situation, it does look suspect. So I can see why anyone might come up with a theory other than what we're told, because what we're told, number one, we have been lied to some degree. It was another one on the list, Betty Joe, is wrong year car or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah. But
and that was the FBI that messed that one up on the year of the car.
Yeah, the common ground. The common ground for both sides, I've mentioned before too, and it's the most common ground on both sides. Whether you think that he's 70% guilty or you think that he's 65% innocent, either way you want to look at the coin, there's a couple of things that we have common ground on. One of them is that an 8-hour gap should have never existed.
Yeah.
That's the facts, Jack. And the other one,
Jack, Jill, King, and Queen.
But yeah, if you take the age and the gender out of it and everything else, then I don't think that there's any one of us here that wouldn't question what those people were up to, regardless.
Exactly. We give them the benefit of the doubt because they're young and drunk.
Yep, because they're young and they're girls and everything else. And I am not outright accusing them, but I'm saying that to just you know, to just block out a whole portion of possibilities.
I totally agree with you on
Oh
that.
no, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's like not in my that's
And
not
you're
in my
absolutely
wheelhouse.
right. If it was,
I mean,
if
you
it
got to
was the
of
other
all
way
time.
around, they would be suspect.
Absolutely, if they were males, they
yeah.
would be like well,
Absolutely.
they might be cleared right now too, right? And
Right.
it would have been
Yeah.
harder. It would have been probably harder for them to get cleared.
Oh yeah,
perhaps. And then we've got the Gonzalez family on tape saying that people got cleared too soon.
Too quick.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
Who do any of us think that those people could possibly be, since they're the ones that cleared Jack, the boyfriend of Kaylee,
right.
right away?
Right.
He came to them, he showed them his body, all that. So who's left in the pile that they would have been themselves as parents?
You knew exactly who they were talking about.
Of course we do. I think.
Yeah,
You know what I
everybody
mean?
knows who they're talking
In
about.
my opinion, yes.
It's taken this long for any of us to even be able to talk about it without getting attacked.
That's very true.
Yes. And so, like, if you even conceive of it, you're a horrible person, more or less, to some. I'm not saying all,
Right.
but to some, you're blaming people, this and that. Well, okay, like maybe we are, because I'm gonna say we, because I'm one of them.
Right.
But gender, age, anything else, you're not above being looked at.
You're right.
Absolutely not.
And maybe they are clear now.
If this guy can't get a fair grand jury, does that mean that any one of us wouldn't get a fair grand jury as well?
Probably not.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Grand jury's not fair. It's a one-sided process.
That's I never understood that. Why in the world, if you're going to have a grand jury, why not have at least the defense lawyer in there?
Because then it would be.
I mean,
it would become a preliminary at that point.
They don't have to have him in there, just a defense lawyer to see what
Yeah, it would become
what's being said and what's
Because if the defense is in there, it that's might as well have a prelim.
Well, yeah, but with the prelim, you have him there, and it's possible. I don't think he's going to take the stand either way.
I mean, if the object is to have secrecy from the public, then I don't see why the defense couldn't be involved too. But what I was wondering is, they still have to show, if there's known exculpatory evidence, wouldn't they have to show that to the grand jury?
I'm sure they would.
Because I'm pretty sure they would. I thought I heard someone mention that they didn't.
I'm pretty sure they would have to.
They only show what the prosecutor wants them to see.
So then it would just be the evidence against him, and
that's
not
totally biased.
Else.
Yeah,
well, that's the way it works.
Yeah, well, if they're subverting
then maybe they ought to do away
meaning
with
of
grand
it,
juries.
There was 2 grand juries I know where somebody got off. I know there's more, but I'm just only used to. One of the best examples was in St. Louis, when a police officer he unalived a black male, and the state attorney came in there, and it sounded like he's accused of giving the grand jury softball, what they call softball evidence, and they could not convict. They would not find the, I don't know what the term is. I'll just use the word guilty for the police officer involved. Now the riots got bigger in St. Louis.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Are you talking about? Didn't they end up convicting him anyway?
Not the one in St. Louis, no.
Oh.
Yeah, if they're subverting the grand juries all over to do that sort of thing, they should be able to.
Yeah, they might as well do away with grand juries altogether if they're not.
The other one was in the Danny Rawlings case here in Gainesville. They got this guy named Humphreys, and they took it to a grand jury that he's the Gainesville Ripper.
Right.
And the grand jury says, "Where's your evidence?" And so the grand jury did its job there, and they could convict him on that. So they kept him in jail for the says he attacked his grandmother. The grandmother said he never attacked me, but a police officer said he was following him everywhere he went, and said he saw him attacked her. So that's why he arrested him. And they kept him in jail for 10 months. And they waited until the DNA came back, and it says it wasn't him.
And how many years did he spend in there?
I think 10 months.
10 months.
In jail,
well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, and Danny actually admitted that he was the Gainesville Ripper, and he acted alone.
Right.
And when he did that, the prosecution's jaw hit the table.
Oh,
He
yeah.
goes, what did he say? You mind him saying that again?
I mean, if they're not going to show all the evidence that they have, then what's the point of even having a grand jury?
Well, it's to get an indictment. Usually they do it like here. They do it when people are being stubborn. They're playing games with the prosecution.
Right.
The prosecution just says, "Hold on, we don't have to go any further. I'm going to take this to a grand jury on the next floor. There's one already up there waiting on us." They go up there and they get their indictment. They had a case here where this girl, there's 2 high school boys. It was University Christian School here where I'm at. They stole a gun. And this girl went up to him and told him, she says, "I know y'all stole that gun." Well, they got her one day and said, "Hey, we're going to go for a ride with us." And she went for a ride with them.
Why
They
would
shot
she
her.
do that?
Right.
So that they took her out. They unalived her. And that's when they took them to trial, and they started playing games about being juveniles, and they're not pleading. They're not going to make any plea. They're going to remain silent. Whole works, and the prosecutor says, "Hold on, I'll go take this to a grand jury," and got them.
You know,
Today they're serving life sentences.
I don't understand why on earth would she get in a car with that? I just don't get that.
She
I
was,
mean,
she was
Especially when she knew they stole the
just
gun.
get in a car. That's just not smart thinking.
But did she know him?
yeah, she went to school with.
Okay.
It wouldn't make any difference if I knew him or not. If I out and out said, "Hey, you did this," and then I just.
Well, maybe she wasn't thinking they were going to do anything to her. I mean,
well, obviously, but yeah.
Well, anyway,
So, yeah.
that's what happened in that case. But those are types of where I saw grand juries work. And once again, as long as they're given the correct instructions and they come up with the conclusion, I'm not going to second guess them.
right.
I mean, I can't second guess the Casey Anthony. I know what happened.
Lord, that was
the trials too. I say the same thing.
That whole case, from what I understand, is just crazy.
Oh, it is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
That's worse than this case.
I can show you other cases where the same things happened.
Yep.
We just didn't hear about them, and you just have to go with what the jury says, and that's the end of that.
I mean,
do I think the jury blew it in the Casey Anthony? You darn straight I do.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. I mean, I get what the defense is saying about, trying to, they might have used the wrong instructions. But
who's to say that somebody hadn't got in touch with the jury and we want to write a book about the case? So they come up with the not guilty. Something, it has to be something shocking that they
be illegal.
Well, sure it would be.
Well, what's the guy's name that's claiming he's getting all the stuff together to write the book?
Well, you got a couple of guys that are going to write a book. One is notorious for writing, and I think he's a pretty good author.
What's
And
his name? That
and
may be the one I'm thinking
I
about.
can't remember. The other one's that Howard Bloom or Blum, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I
I've read
know.
a couple of his stuff on Airmail. I don't.
No, I
I don't
wouldn't believe you.
really.
I wouldn't believe you.
James Patterson. Thank
Yeah,
you, Summer.
Patterson. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a good
He's
writer.
pretty credible.
Yeah, he's a good writer. I love his books.
You
Yeah,
got to
he was.
remember, he says, overlooking one thing he found. The prosecution is.
Mhm.
Well, I feel like, since you ran down what the real reason for a grand jury constitutionally is, that if, they're subverting that to their own ends with, isn't that in itself corrupt?
Well, I mean, they're going back to what? 1166, the year 1166. Quoting from there, quoting from 18 something. We're in 2023.
Well, if you have to go back that far to find justification
Right,
for it,
exactly.
that's just
There's
absolutely
no
crazy.
way, because our law,
Well,
they do
what does the law say today? What is their law?
probable cause.
And whatever the law says today, that's what you go by.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but if the law is illegally enacted, it's not supposed to have any.
But that's what I'm. But see, they're
Wait.
going all the way back to 1166, a year 1166. Nobody was born. None of us were born
We
back
wasn't
then,
even thought of.
and then neither were
back
they.
then. No.
We weren't even a nation.
Exactly.
Yeah, that wasn't even over here.
So, what I'm saying is, if you got to go back that far to find
another country,
to find something to try and persuade to get a preliminary hearing,
No judge is going to override the law.
you ought to be smacked in the head.
That might come out of an appeals or Supreme Court, but I don't see it happening on this level.
Right, I don't either.
Heaven Stars, thank you so much for that. And she says, according to Idaho rule, prosecution has to give instructions for probable cause.
See, that's what I'm saying. And they're going back all them years to try to find a reasonable doubt.
I didn't understand the whole point of going way back.
Especially to another country. I mean, what does that have to do with
See,
that?
that now shows me that the defense is desperate.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I get putting in a couple of example cases, as I call them. Like, that's normal in most
right.
court documents. But to go way back like that and then go to another country, I don't understand that.
What's the other country got to do with us? We don't.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember the story I was telling about traffic court and getting half the courtroom down to a $25 fine?
I remember that.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah. Well, that was a
I don't remember. I'm
farm.
sorry.
Oh, that's okay. It was a Minnesota farm law where it allows you to, as a farmer, to drive to and from like the feed store and stuff like that without a seatbelt on.
Right.
As long as you're, the upgraded part of it is as long as you're 25 miles an hour and under. But anyways, it's a farm law, so that was an old law.
But you have to go back to a different country.
But it's also in
1100s.
Minnesota. It's also in the U.S. They went
Are
back.
we talking about were they talking about the Magna Carta by chance, or what were we talking about? Like, what were they referring to in a different country?
The laws of the grand jury.
It was like different cases and laws and stuff like that in another. It was over in the UK.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
weird.
And it was back in 1166, the year 1166 to 8, and then 1842. What's that got to do with the U.S.?
Was it called the Magna Carta? Did they name the document?
I don't think Magna Carta was.
I don't remember her
because I don't know what year that was created, but
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't.
But they went back that far to try and get, but they used probable cause in their instructions.
Well, when you're trolling the law, you definitely look for any loopholes that are possible.
Well, yeah.
And,
I mean,
and
I
the fact that they're doing that now is because now is the time that they have to do that, if that's a loophole that they found.
I realize too that going back to the UK, okay, that's where most of us originated and came over here, and I totally get that. And a lot of our stuff was kind of, they kind of use that as a reference. I get all of that, but we weren't even a country.
Nope.
It has nothing to do with us whatsoever.
Hell, Columbus ain't got here yet. What was that, 1492?
Our Constitution is actually based on the Magna Carta, which is why I was asking.
Yeah, I don't think it had anything to do with that.
Okay. Yeah, I wish I knew
'Cause
more
I don't,
about.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Yeah, I
Fofa.
don't.
Ask Fofa.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
and
I don't
Fofa
remember.
both was reading over it, and I don't remember either one of us mentioning
No, I don't
the
either.
Magna Carta.
Most of the laws were written, or the Constitution, on the flaws of European laws.
Exactly, and it was to be representative of the people, and so all the things that are indeed wrong and need to be reformed are the responsibility of the people. Like, we are responsible for it happening, and we're responsible for making it right for everybody else's children and grandchildren, in my opinion.
I think
For
what
real,
Riddler,
though.
I think what Riddler said is
Start
true
time.
about the
For how
defense having a.
Alexa, start. Stop.
Sorry, there is nothing for me to resume.
Crap.
Alexa.
I'm so sorry.
You just whispered to me. From now on,
Did she tell you you could whisper?
Yes, she said she'll whisper back to me.
Alexa's a stalker.
I'm sorry, I'm still not quite myself.
I don't know. I think what it is a stall tactic, because they want to stall as much as they can without waiving his right to a speedy trial.
I think that it's a loophole catch that they've found that they're probably trying to exploit, but without knowing much about it, because I don't.
They're desperate.
That's what it
They're
sounds
not
like.
desperate. They're on the home run now.
And if they're not trying to exploit it, then maybe it's something that really does need to be changed. I don't know enough about it to have an informed opinion, but from what it sounds like a loophole, kind of like a farm law for a seatbelt to me.
Well,
there's
blue
back
laws.
that far. I don't.
There's old blue laws.
Let's call it a marathon. Bryan's on the final 50 meters now, or 50 yards for Americans.
Yeah, I do think that it's messed. I feel like it's messed up that a grand jury doesn't include any known exculpatory evidence, if that is the case, because that would be ultimately ridiculous. And then also, if it's for overzealous prosecution, but they're the only ones there, I mean, that sounds weird to me. I guess.
There's no one else there. There's no one else there.
We're gonna send
version of something, but it's not. It's more of an opinion than a fact.
Yeah.
See, that could be another thing, just like trying to overthrow the grand jury. If the law says probable cause, then you got to stick with probable cause. Can't change it.
Well, you can if it was illegally. If I won't say. Let's take illegal out of it. But if it was
improper,
yeah, if it was improper in the first place, then yeah, you could change it, and it probably should be changed if that's the case in a constitutional way.
I was trying to see if Fofa was still in here.
It'd be amazing to see what the other 50 states or the other 49 states have in their grand juries, or the ones that do use grand juries, what wording they have. Do they use probable cause or reasonable doubt?
I was thinking about how the feds always only grand jury only, right? Any federal case is grand jury only.
Well, they have to because of the Fourth Amendment says that.
I'll have to ask my
Okay.
cousin because my cousin is a lawyer. Well, she works in the lawyer's office, so I'll have to ask her what.
Yeah, I'm very curious about the exculpatory known evidence part, anyways, for sure.
Oh shit!
Because then that would make sense why they tried to quash a meeting with Bethany, and it would make sense,
But see, I would think
why
that
they, if they're not going to mention it,
I would have thought the state would have been smart enough to say, hey, the defense is going to see Bethany's statement here. We better get the grand jury now before she asked to meet with Bethany, because they didn't ask for that grand jury till after the defense wanted to meet with Bethany.
Yeah, and after the third or fourth demand for discovery as well.
I mean, this is either something very big in the Bethany thing, or it's a bluff.
Could be a bluff.
I don't think they're lying.
It could be a
Yeah,
bluff.
I think there's something that they're very convinced that Bethany has that
Yeah.
can help Bryan.
Yeah, there's possible something there, but we don't know. And
Y'all go hit that thumbs up.
They sure don't want her to testify. That was the grand jury thing, to cut her out, in my opinion.
I think that too.
Well, she's still going to have to testify in the trial.
Yeah, she will at the trial, but
I mean, either way, if the state don't call her, the defense can call her.
They're all going to call her. They'll be calling from the hills and the mountains and the trees.
I'm just saying, if the state wasn't going to use her, the defense can use her.
But before the defense uses her as a witness, they need to talk with her to find out if it's even worth having her as a witness.
Right, yeah.
The defense isn't getting that opportunity.
yeah, I just answered you back, Lady B.
They will get the opportunity in trial.
The defense wants to wait until then, apparently, too.
I was a witness of a crime, and I got interviewed by the prosecution and the state. And that what they're doing that for is, then all of a sudden the state dropped me as a witness, and the defense picked me up and kept me as a witness because what I saw, and I just told them what I saw.
Right.
I said, don't add anything to it. Don't take anything away from what I gave you. That's what they're doing when you're in there. There's a stenographer in the room, and there's the attorneys, and you're by yourself talking to them. And then when they get through, and I mean, this page must have been 10 to 12 pages long. You sign it. They said you can read it if you want to, which will take a couple hours, or you can or sign it now. Well, I read through most of it, and I said, okay, and I signed it. That's so you don't change your testimony from what you gave to the police officers.
Yep. Well, that's just like, okay, now, if they did have a preliminary or when they even go to trial, whatever the prosecution questions them about or asks them, the defense has to go by their questioning. Like, they can't go anywhere out of that range of, like, say the prosecution says, Bethany, where was you that night? Now, the defense can't come back and cross-examine and say, well, we heard you were there, and there.
There's no defense at a grand jury.
But see, the defense also.
No, I'm not talking about grand jury. I'm talking about.
The defense also wants to know what part of the trial do we want to put Bethany in, so the jury doesn't get lost.
Right.
And see, mine wasn't in a preliminary. Mine was in a little room where you talked to the attorneys and a stenographer.
Okay, so Heaven Star says that the definition of probable cause is probable cause means that a reasonable person would believe that a crime was in the process of being committed, had been committed, or was going to be committed. Heaven
Well,
Sergeant
it's
give
obvious
that
there's been a
information.
crime committed. It's not
Right.
obvious who it was.
Yeah,
in my
Penny's
opinion.
got me laughing. Penny has got it figured out. This is Brian's alibi, y'all. He was out looking for Thai food.
Eugene Levy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was literally about to answer Nightbot back.
Are you
Over the-
tired?
Yeah, I was looking at StreamYard chat instead of YouTube chat, and I see something about got Twitter, and I was about to answer it back and realized it was Nightbot.
That's funny.
He can always tell him as his alibi he was out looking for a girlfriend.
I like to argue with Nightbot.
But you can tell the grand jury tips the scales in favor of the prosecution.
99% of the time.
That's what I say.
Fair for everybody?
About 90% of the time, ain't they for the prosecution?
I would think so.
More.
I would think at least 90% of the time the prosecution is going to get an indictment.
How many people, when they hear one side of a story, go for that side?
I mean, look, they got an indictment on this.
Really.
They got an indictment on her. That shows you how easy it is to get one.
They said it on one of the new things. A grand jury will indict a ham sandwich.
Liza, have a good night. No Way, thank you for that super chat. No Way wants to know, is Thai food vegan? Does anybody
Not
know?
necessarily. No.
Okay.
No, they put proteins in their food.
Okay.
See, that's why I don't think he's 100% vegan. I think he's lying.
That is what
No.
he said on that thing, that they were going to look for vegan.
He's a Big Mac boy.
Made his family buy a whole new set of pots and pans.
Allegedly.
That we heard.
Yes.
I don't believe that.
Yet carried a leather knife sheath.
Well,
I would have told him, you want new pots and pans? You go buy the pots and pans.
That's what I'd have told him. I'd have been like, this ain't no this is a bring your own pots and pans
That's
type
what
of thing.
99% of people would have said.
I would have said your name, your BK stands for Burger King. Have it your way. Well, you're not having it your way today.
So that
Yeah, I
baby is
mentioned-
having her some fun.
I mentioned it before too, but most of the vegetarians I've ever met, which is few and far between, I must admit, they were all animal lovers,
Right.
which is why I think that if BK did this, he didn't do Buddy, and Murphy was left alive, but so was also.
I really do wish that they would figure out, though, who did that to the little dog Buddy.
So do I.
Because that was just, whoever did that is sick and twisted.
Now, if it is BK that did this, what if it comes out that he did that to that dog?
Then he needs to be charged with that too.
I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying, what if?
Yeah, he needs to be charged with that as well.
I agree.
Cruelty to animal, whatever charge they can give him for that, he needs to be charged for it.
Yeah, whoever did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because you don't do that to animals.
That is true. That's going overboard, honestly.
I mean, we got 5 dogs, and a cat.
But yeah, if MLS stops through next time they stop through, should ask him about the exculpatory part, or maybe I can try to look it up anyways.
Yeah, I need to send him an email because I want to see if he would. I know he's got a lot of different lives that he's been doing the last couple of days, but I want to see if one night if he would like to come on, and I would have to go live earlier, just because he has to get up early.
Yeah, he's not a night owl.
Yeah, so I would have to go live earlier, but if he is willing to come on and we can schedule it a day that's good for both of us and a time that's good for both of us, I will let everybody know the date and the time and all that. But hopefully he'll be willing to come over and answer some more questions. Just like Mike, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Does Troll have his own channel?
He does, but he hasn't started doing anything on it.
Okay. I think I asked you that a long time ago.
Yeah, he's got one. He just hasn't done anything because I've been so concentrated on this one, and I need to get my other one going as well. But I think what I'm gonna do with my other one, I think I'm gonna start it off with Sarah Boone stuff
Yeah, that would be good.
because I'm gonna have to figure out how to do both of them at the same time. I think I've about got it figured out, but uh, I want to. I need to get that one going.
You
I
ought,
didn't
you
really.
ought to get a lot of views on it.
Yeah, I didn't really want to do true crime over there. I kind of wanted to leave it for just kind of like a shoot the shit type thing, but I still might
Well, at
string
least it would get you going,
right. Tonka, we were talking about MLS law show. He's the defense attorney from Michigan that was on panel. Wasn't last night? I think night before that he was up here.
I need a vacation.
I think Eva can hear the baby.
Yeah.
She's like looking.
Absolutely.
She's over here talking. She's talking to herself in the mirror.
Oh.
That's why I said I need a vacation.
Well, you just have to take the grandbaby with you.
She's crazy.
Huh.
Troll told me he watches Law and Crime Network. Yes, Dennis. Troll watches way more YouTube than I do, y'all. Like Troll is up to date with everything. He is when I'm live, he's lurking, watching other stuff, letting me know behind the scenes what's going on. Information that I don't have, he's sending it to me. So yeah, he keeps up with everything.
So the hoodie guy,
Uh-huh.
get back to him. Who is he connected with? How's he fit in this picture with the two girls?
Did you watch someone's video today, Riddler? Because this is bringing.
Yes, I did.
Okay, me too.
He's tied with someone on a survivor.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Am I right? Was your thinking, Brad?
Yeah, the letters, initials JS.
What are we talking about?
Wait, that is Hoodie Guy.
Yeah, he's tied in with the female.
That video does well show how he was kind of shadowing them all night, in my opinion. I mean, that's like when
he was kind of trying to protect them.
Perhaps.
Okay,
I'm not.
Once
I'm
again,
not
is he
accusing
a
him.
guy that goes to school with them? Is he their buddy? Evidently, he's not their buddy because they ditched him to get in the van.
I mean, watching the video of them walking down the road or down the street, I thought he was just walking with them because it's a possibility. More than likely, they had been drinking at the corner club and they were walking down to the food truck. And I just took it once I seen it that he was just walking with two girls that he was friends with to make sure that they made it there okay. And he probably knew that they were going to catch a ride from there with the private driver or whatever.
Well, I don't know
back to home.
Because whenever they left him, he was like putting his hands
Yeah,
up.
but that's what was
That
weird.
hell?
Like they didn't even say bye or anything. It was
No.
almost
That's
like they did.
the part I'm confused
To
on.
me,
Well, that's
To
probably
me,
why
it-
he
it
put
looked-
his hand up because he didn't say
it
goodbye.
looked like he was sniffing around.
But when they were walking with him, though, they didn't act like they were scared of him,
Nope.
annoyed with him,
No.
trying to get
He
away
knew
from
them.
him or anything.
He knew them,
No,
but he was
they were joking with him.
sniffing around.
Right.
But once again, how is he friends with them? How they become friends?
I don't
Is he
know.
because they
So
go to
what are
college.
you alluding to, Riddler?
Well, I'm just alluding to what's his connection with them? Does he go to school with them?
I believe so.
Is he their boyfriend's best friend, and their boyfriend's on a hunting trip, so he's saying, watch over while I'm gone? I'm trying to figure out how he's connected to these two girls.
Right.
Big girls, night
So
out.
what did this
Sniff,
channel say?
I say sniff, sniff.
I'm picking
say
up
he
what
went to school with
Scarlett's
'em.
laying down. I think he could have just been watching over them.
Yep.
That's what I
Just as
think.
likely, probably more
Okay, he's
likely, I guess.
watching over them. What brought him to watch over them? Did he just pick them random? Says, I bet those two girls are going to need me tonight.
No, I think they know
yeah.
him.
Right. Where do they know him from, and how long have they
From
known him?
school.
Probably from
I mean,
school.
they would know him from school. I mean, but and if he was interested in one of the girls, there's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, it definitely felt a little bit strange to me too, I guess, Riddler, you know?
Hey, GMP, and have y'all realized though that once he in that food truck video when the girls go get in the car and then hoodie guy walks away and goes back around the corner, we haven't seen or heard from him again. Like
No, we have not. He went off to Africa allegedly, and that was the last thing we ever heard.
Well, wait, he went to the family cabin first, and then flew to Africa.
Then
the big anacondas in Africa got him.
Talk about getting away. Wow.
I mean, we don't know where he's at. I mean, he could possibly be back at school.
He could be game hunting in Africa.
Is he a student? Is he a student at the University of Idaho?
Yes, hoodie guy is yes.
He could possibly.
He was in a what was the fraternity he was in, and allegedly he got kicked out of it.
Oh
Okay, so now see that's starting to make sense. That's probably how they met.
Yeah. Oh crap! What is it? It's not Sigma Chi. It'll come back to me. But allegedly he was in a fraternity. He got kicked out. His parents are both doctors. His brothers are doctors. His parents are they're connected to some influential people.
Isn't
That's
he a
what
legacy?
someone in chat was saying.
Isn't he also a
Some state
legacy?
office.
Is he also what?
A legacy student?
That I don't know.
But didn't that video also show him at the corner club too, Riddler? If I remember right.
He's in the picture at the corner club, ain't he?
I think so.
Yeah, the still photo. Yeah, it was a still photo.
I think that's why he was walking with the girls. I mean, that's being a gentleman to me. Is like, he sees them, they've been drinking, doesn't want them to walk by themselves. He knows them. Who knows how intimately, but he's like, he doesn't want anything to happen to the girls, so he's being the gentleman walking them. That's how I took it.
That's how I took it too.
Okay, I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Right, that's what I'm thinking too. But I'm with you on that. Then all of a sudden they dump him.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, but they
doesn't
were
make sense.
drunk. But they were drunk too. They could have completely forgot that they were with him. I mean, if you're walking,
I'm sure.
if you're walking,
But
They weren't with him. He was hanging around.
if you're walking from the corner club, let's say
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
Okay, hold on.
How does he give money? How do they give money
Maybe
in their account for their food?
Maybe.
And they know which truck to get
Yeah,
on?
I didn't take them as being like so drunk that they just didn't know what was going on. I think he just walked with them to make sure it was two girls.
Well, yeah, but if you
make sure they got there okay.
Well, maybe they didn't say
if
goodbye.
you're a little tipsy, you could like kind of just forget that, hey, oh yeah, we were with this guy,
Okay,
or
hold on.
they
How-
just assumed that he walked him, so he was done.
How
Okay,
did he-
let me grab these two real quick, y'all. Heaven Stars, thank you so much for the super chat. She said it's all about the brows, not base. Thank you, Heaven
That's
Stars.
100% correct. That is the smartest super chat I've ever seen.
And then Huda, thank you so much for your super chat. Says, I think they cleared out both the Jacks, Adam, the multiple people who called the police. I believe both the college students are involved. Now, I know that in the press releases, it does say that the guy that was at the grub truck with the girls was cleared. Uh, the male that Maddie and Kaylee both called multiple times was cleared. The students that was at the house when 911 was called, and the two surviving roommates. That was on that list in a couple of the different, and I think I read over it was last night or night before that, the ones that they had said
Okay.
that they didn't
College
think any
students
wasn't
involved.
anything to do with it.
Aye.
Now, who's to say that maybe when they got their food, they just walked away, didn't say goodbye to him, and he threw his hand up? That's
They said,
innocent.
bye, Sniffy, we're off. They didn't say that.
No, they just grabbed the food and they did.
That's what I'm saying. What if they just didn't? Maybe they forgot to say goodbye to him, and he just threw his hand up like
They
seriously?
forgot to say goodbye, Sniffy.
He wasn't sniffing around, Tony.
All right, y'all, and I'm going to be ending it in about 5 minutes. So let's see if we can get like some last minute likes up. We're at 216 right now. Let's see if we can get the last minute ones in.
But
okay, I'm sorry, y'all go ahead.
If you're this, if you're an investigator, what are you going to ask Hoodie Guy? That's the question.
He's on a witness list for sure.
What Maddie told
I'm going to grill him.
Well, see, I'm going to ask him, what's your connection with these two girls? How did you meet them tonight? Did they call you? Did they call you? Did y'all just run into each other by coincidence at the corner club? Did her boyfriend tell you to watch over her while I'm out of town?
I could think of 1,000 different questions to ask him.
Exactly, and that's
I
what
could too. One would be, what did Maddie tell Adam?
And then I'm gonna ask him for his DNA.
And then I want to know, when you walked around that corner after the girls got into the car, where did you go?
Yep.
Did you go back to the corner club? Did you get your car? Did you drive there? Did you go to your family's cabin? Did you go to I'm gonna be asking everything.
Why didn't y'all drive? If you drove to the corner club, why didn't you drive to the grub truck?
Why didn't you just? And see, that was another thing that I always had a question about. If Jack D was at the corner club that night, okay, now I get that maybe because Adam was working that night, he had to wait for Adam to close and then give Adam a ride. But I never understood why Jack D couldn't give Maddie and Kaylee a ride home. Come on. It never made sense to me.
You're trusting this guy to protect you from the corner club to the grub truck, so why couldn't he drive you back home?
Yeah.
Because he was drinking.
Not a good point.
Or maybe it's not that far from the corner club to the grub truck. So why waste gas? Gas prices are high.
Well, I mean, he could have drove them to the grub truck and then let them grab their food and then drove them home. And Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She said, I would ask him about Adam.
Thank you.
Crane Hill Gal, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, Showalter is connected to Maddie. He is the boyfriend or ex. Now, Maddie was dating Jake at the time that she was murdered. Now, I don't know if her and Hoodie Guy had something before Jake come in the picture. I don't know. Because I think her and Jake had been together. If I'm not mistaken, he had made a social media post after she passed away that said happy 2nd anniversary. So they would have been together 2 years.
They were supposed to spend Thanksgiving and I believe Christmas together.
Mm-hmm.
Did Bethany have a boyfriend?
Don't know.
That is the only one that I haven't heard.
We've never heard
about a guy. I haven't heard anything. You know, Dylan had Quinn Kelly. Then Kaylee had Jack D, or they were broken up, but still him. Then Maddie had Jake. Xana had Ethan. Never heard anything about Bethany. And I agree, Huda. I think that Adam is crucial in this because Maddie told Adam everything about something.
Adam knows everything.
Which Bethany could have been focusing on school. Is the
True.
reason why maybe she didn't have a boyfriend.
True.
Don't know.
That is true.
Because a lot of girls do that.
I'm betting
Yeah,
we'll
but
see
if you think
JS on a
about
witness
it,
stand pretty soon.
if you think about it, Bethany is the one we don't know jack about. I mean, there's like hardly anything we know about her.
Yeah,
All we know,
protected witness.
Yep, and all we know is that night she was at the Sigma Chi house. She saw Ethan and Xana there. Allegedly, she got home at 1 o'clock, but somehow still seen Ethan and Xana at the Sigma Chi house at 1:45.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, and she very well could have went home at 1 o'clock and then went back over to the Sigma Chi house, and she might have left with them, and that's how she knew that they left at that time. That could be possible.
well, maybe that's how she ended up not being at home. Maybe she left her phone there because it's only a short walk, you know?
Right. Yes. Huda, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, and why did they call Jack D? They called Jack D, but from both phones multiple times, and he never answered.
I think it was part booty call, part mates catching up.
Well, if that's
Possibly
the case, why did Maddie call him?
Because he wasn't answering Kaylee, and they're best mates, and she was like, "Oh, you try him, you know."
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll try him.
Maybe
you know,
he would
she tried him.
answer. Maybe he
Yeah.
would to see if maybe he would answer Maddie's call over Kaylee's.
That's what I thought
Well,
too.
if I was the girlfriend, I'd get awful upset over that one.
What time was the
Answer hers,
last
but
phone
don't
call?
answer mine.
Last phone call,
3:51.
Betty Jo, didn't you say 2:52?
2:52.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you love to?
2:52.
Wouldn't you love to hear the
It was
question?
2:52, not 3:52.
Yeah, it was 2:52 in the morning.
God.
2:52. Oh, okay.
2:52.
Arrived 1:56
Okay.
and then 2:52 the last call.
Right.
Yep.
Over an hour before whatever happened.
Wouldn't you love to see the questions the police asked the hoodie guy and the other guy?
Absolutely.
I'd have loved to have been a fly on the wall.
In 10 years, we'll have those interviews on YouTube.
10 years. We don't want to wait 10 years, Tony. We want
It's
to
just-
man.
We'll
It's
have
just
them on
life,
YouTube
isn't it?
after the trial.
That's life. Trial next year, folks.
We'll see. Maybe.
All right, y'all. Well, I need to get out of here because I got to get up in a couple of hours.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, Scarlett, as always.
Oh,
It
you're
was
welcome. Thank
fun.
you for coming
Well,
up.
no, it was it's good to be able to get your thoughts out and like
Oh, for sure.
and to have them debunked if possible, even, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yeah, because
That's
there's
what I
only-
love about everybody in here, because we, like I said earlier, we can all have a different opinion about stuff, but everybody is still willing to get along with each other.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Amen. All right, love everyone. God bless, and see you next time.
Okay, have a good night.
Cheers, mate.
Good night.
Thank you, Scarlett. Good night. Thank you, Riddler. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Bye-bye.
Tony,
Bye.
have a good night.
Good night.
Arv, have a good night. And Heaven Stars, have a good night as well.
I'm going to go ahead and jump down so you can say your goodbyes, and have a good day tomorrow. Try to get some rest too in between all your running.
Yeah, I'm going to try to, but I probably won't get a whole lot.
Are you going on tomorrow night?
Yeah, I should be.
Do you normally go on Saturdays? Because it seems like here lately you've been skipping Saturdays.
Usually I do, unless something comes up on Saturday afternoon and I'm not home in time, but I don't think I have anything to do tomorrow afternoon. 'Cause
Okay.
I think my daughter has to work tomorrow afternoon, so we won't be cleaning or moving or anything like that.
Okay. Well, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, have a good night.
You too.
Good night, lady. Good night, Scarlett, and thank you for having me on your panel. You have an awesome channel,
Thank you, Riddler. I hope you have a wonderful night.
and I wish you the very best of success in all your endeavors.
Oh, well, thank
Keep
you.
up the good work.
Thank you.
Good night, Riddler.
Good night, and good night. Yeah, good night, Betty Jo, and good night, chat. Love y'all. Love and light to everybody.
All right, same to you.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna jump down too.
Okay, well, Bejo, I hope you and the baby have a good night.
I'm gonna try.
All
Good
right, I'll
night.
talk to you later.
All right, bye.
Ashes, the chat makes you be a nice, well-behaved individual. Michelle, have a good night. All right, yeah, I'm about to get out of here so I can go to bed. But I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. Uh, to all the super chats and super stickers and new members, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow. I hope y'all have a good night.